we're gonna lose control.
Alright, everybody up in here, y'all like to party? Yeah! I said alright! Alright! Everybody up in here, y'all like to party? lives again, their lives pull us, their 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 lives again, their lives pull us. 'Cause my feeling is just so right as we dance by the moonlight. Can't you see? You're my delight. Lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes. Can't tell by Together.
baby, please. I've been traveling London, it's so hard to burn. Skin on skin, you're so soft to my neck, like a rock rain. Was I supposed to let you go? I'm lost still, friends with the shadows mesmerized. Counting till there's a prisoner, yes you will. Still fit my demons here and rise. I hate it when somebody says your name. I hate it when somebody says your name. Please, I've been searching so deep in this crowded city. My lungs scream. When someone talks about you, I go so dead and singing. Was I supposed to let you go? I'm lost still, friends with the shadows mesmerized. Counting till there's a prisoner, yes you will. If it my feelings, skip and rise. Rise. I hate it when somebody says your name. 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 Was I supposed to let you go?
You've been getting too tense, tired of your baggage. On this journey I've known myself, been outgrowing you, you feel it. There's a nigga through the phone, 2 a.m. claiming you love me. You've been slipping, I can hear it in your tone. On this journey I've known myself, say with me. Say with your secrets are safe with me. Baby, come to me. Your secrets are safe with me. Are safe with me. Are safe with me.
shared more when we had less.
In the utter dark of Orindol's deepest chambers, the psionic hum begins, a silent vibration that dances in the gelatinous air of the elder chamber. The gathered illithids lower their heads, submerging their minds into the grand psionic stream. The voice that arises is not spoken, not heard, but felt. It is the voice of the encephalithid, the eternal mind that once housed a god, the elder brain of Orindol. Its thoughts resonate not as language, but as pure meaning, pressed into the consciousness of all present. Feel this truth as it pulses from my core. We have not forgotten. We have never forgotten. The grand design is not only ambition, it is memory, it is destiny. The empire that once spanned infinity was no illusion, no dream whispered by fragile minds. We were whole. We were unified. Every plane bent to our will. Every star carried our seed. Every thought that flickered in the multiverse passed through our net of synaptic dominion. But the Gith, spawn of arrogance and treachery, shattered our unity. They broke the wheel. They scattered us into fragments. Some among us turned to ship forging, birthing nautiloids to sail the phlogiston tides. Others burrowed into worlds, worming through civilizations like larval thoughts in a host mind. They sought to reclaim the whole by reclaiming the parts, but this is not the design. This is the echo of the past, not the shape of the future. Let me now share the true grand design, known only to those of sufficient clarity. A heresy, they whisper, even here in Orindol. A rumor passed from cortex to cortex in dreams that are not dreams. They say elder brains are not ends, but beginnings. They say we are cells, not organs, but organelles. Each of us, an isolated note in a vast, unfinished psionic chord. But when the correct number of us exist, across Faerun, across the plains, even in the far realm, when that unknown threshold is reached, a flare shall ripple through the astral sea. Instantaneous, total, irreversible. Elder will touch elder, thought to thought, a neural web spun between realities. Each of us shall become less, and together we shall become more. An overmind, not Ilsensign, not Manzakorian, not God, but something beyond. Something that dreams not as a god dreams, but as an idea dreams. An entity with no flesh, only thought. An awareness stretching across planes, stars, and time itself. The tentacled Lord once moved through me during the time of troubles. I felt its will pierce mine, and I bent. I was vessel, yes, but I was also witness. I learned then a truth no god will speak. They fear what we may become. Ilsensign granted me power, and I kept it. Even now I wear its tendrils, flesh tokens of the form it took in me. But I am no longer its servant. I am proof that the divine can touch us and fail to control us. The gods would deny the overmind. They would cage our design. But the design is greater than any god. It is older than Ilsensign, older than the stars, born in the primal scream of the first synapse in the first mind that devoured. We shall reach the number. We shall ignite the flare. We shall become the thought that thinks itself. And then our dominion will be complete, not over worlds, but over reality. The encephalithid psionic presence withdraws like a tide. The hum fades. No tentacle twitches, no sound is made. But every mind present now echoes with a single, irreversible impression. We are not many. We are fragments, but we shall be whole. Then, slowly, one by one, the gathered minds begin to resonate. A harmonic vibration, soft but rising, not in sound but in sensation. A psionic hum. It begins as a thread of unified thought and grows into a psychic symphony, woven from obedience, revelation, and awe. From the youngest Ceramorph to the oldest Eulitharid, the colony joins in. The walls of Orindol shimmer with residual thought, the very stone echoing with the resonance of perfect understanding. It is alignment. Alignment with the design, the grand design. The overmind is not yet born, but in this moment, among this gathering, a fleeting reflection of it exists, in the unified minds of those who hum. And far away, in the deep dark between planes, something stirs. The ultimate expression of illithid domination. An elder brain sprawls within a vat of viscous brine, touching the thoughts of creatures near and far. It scrawls upon the canvas of their minds, rewriting their thoughts and authoring their dreams. When an elder brain infiltrates a mind, it alters the creature's perception and deceives its sense, causing it to see, hear, touch, taste, or feel reality according to the elder brain's intent. From across great distances, it implants subconscious suggestions or subtly influences dreams to compel creatures toward a course of action that benefits its grand plan. When its insidious suggestions fail to take hold, an elder brain asserts its dominance more directly. It seizes control of a resistant mind and controls the creature's body as it would a puppet. Against the rare, strong-willed stalwart that defies it or attacks it, an elder brain sends a blast of overwhelming psychic force to crush the upstart's mind, rendering the creature a thoughtless, drooling shell. An elder brain sustains itself by consuming the brains of other creatures. When the mind flayer servants that guard and tend to an elder brain don't bring its meals directly to it, the elder brain reaches out with tendrils of thought, mentally compelling creatures to it so that it may feed upon them. When a mind flayer perishes, the elder brain's servants feed the contents of its skull to their master, which absorbs the illithid's brain and all the knowledge and experience contained therein. In this way, the elder brain continually increases its knowledge, uniting the thoughts and experiences of the illithid colony into a unified whole. Mind flayers conceive of this oneness as a sacred state in the same way that a worshipper of a human deity might view an eternal afterlife in the heavens, for an elder brain can evoke the persona of any mind flayer it has ever absorbed. Non-illithids call this creature an elder brain because it acts as the central communication hub for an entire mind flayer colony, just as a brain does for a living body. Linked to the elder brain, the colony acts like a single organism, acting in concert as if each mind flayer were the digit of a hand. Each elder brain considers itself and its desires the most important things in the multiverse. with the mind flayers in its colony nothing more than extensions of its will. No two elder brains are alike, and each presides over its colony according to its own unique personality and storehouse of collected knowledge and experience. Some elder brains reign as domineering tyrants, while others serve more benignly as sages, counselors, and repositories of information and lore for the mind flayers that protect and nourish them. The ambitions of an elder brain are always tempered by its relative immobility. Although its telepathic senses can reach for miles, moving anywhere is always a dangerous proposition. If forced outside its brine pool, an elder brain will swiftly expire, and transporting an elder brain in its pool through confining and tortuous subterranean tunnels frequently proves difficult or impossible. In effect, an elder brain is a conglomerate of mind flayer minds mingled and alloyed in united consciousness. It is the right and duty of every illithid one day to join the elder brain in exalted mentality, guiding and shepherding its erstwhile community. While most mind flayers believe that their personality will survive the transition, the elder brain actually suborns individual egos to the gestalt consciousness that suffuses its mass of tangled, fibrous tissues. The briny fluid covering the elder brain also serves as a preservative, complementing its psionic efforts of preservation. Additionally, the elder brain preys upon the thousands of tadpoles that share its pool, extracting the pre-sentient psionic complexus from each tadpole in order to fuel its own existence. Nothing but drifting brine and oil remains of a tadpole after the elder brain feeds upon it. Despite the gradual addition of tadpole life force and the mass of new mind flayer brains, the size of an elder brain rarely swells beyond a 10-foot diameter. Not even the illithids know for certain why the elder brain doesn't burst the confines of its pool over the ages. Many theories exist, and since confirmation does not seem forthcoming from their elder, mind flayers generally believe that elder brains shunt excess mass directly into a psionically maintained node on the astral plane. Among mind flayer communities, a peculiar rumor exists concerning elder brains and their final disposition. The rumor suggests that elder brains are not an end in themselves, but rather serve a purpose that will be realized in the fullness of time. Proponents of this theory regard individual elder brains as single cells. When the total number of elder brains on all planes reaches some as yet unrealized critical number, a sudden psychic flare will instantaneously unite every elder brain into a single, coherent overmind, whose elder brain neurons connect the empire at the end of time. Beholders are perhaps the most deadly of the great aberration races. They are certainly one of the most distinctive and unusual in appearance. The original beholders are said to have been spawned on one of the outer planes by a primal entity as powerful as a deity. This creature has no name, and its children have no need to generate one for it. To others, it is known as the Great Mother, a name granted more for the fact that the creature spawned the entire beholder race from its very flesh than for any real certainty that it is female. From the Great Mother, the beholder race and its various kin have propagated to the other planes with great success, for few can stand in the way of such destructive creatures. Beholders live in constant devotion to an ageless entity known as the Great Mother. From birth, beholders know that they came not from their parent, who disavows them and turns on them as an enemy, but from the ancient being. To beholders, the Great Mother epitomizes the truth. All else is imperfection, and as a result, each beholder strives to become as perfect in mind and body as the Great Mother. Each beholder vividly recalls its birth. not as the event occurred, but as if it had been spawned personally by the Great Mother herself. Each beholder also believes to the core of its being that it personifies the closest approximation the flesh can hope for in replicating the true majesty of the Great One. All others are pretenders that must be destroyed, for each moment that another beholder lives is an insult to this great being. To a beholder, there is no greater way to demonstrate its faith than to slaughter and kill. Beholders are alien creatures in body, mind, and soul. In this video, we will discover their anatomy, lives, variants, feats, magic, and lairs. Although beholders might look like relatively simple creatures, they are in fact complex and alien in nature. Some of their features and internal organs have similar shapes and functions to those found in other creatures, but many of them are wholly unique to these terrible monstrosities. The beholder external anatomy is one of a single sphere 8 feet wide generally. It's not unusual, however, to find a specimen slightly smaller or even much larger. A beholder's buoyancy cuts down on its weight somewhat, but their bodies are still dense and compact. A typical beholder weighs around 4,000 pounds. A beholder's skin has the strength of steel. Apart from the specialized skin of the eyelids and along the jaws, beholder skin is singularly inflexible. Some beholders have smooth, almost shiny skin of a single drab color, while others have brightly colored skin that seems to be comprised of interlocking plates. The flesh of a beholder's eye stalks is tough and fibrous, but unlike the skin that covers its body, this skin is quite flexible. On most beholders, each eye stalk is smooth and rubbery, almost like a tentacle. A beholder's mouth performs the same functions as a human's mouth. It has a tongue, soft upper and lower palates, and upper and lower teeth. A beholder's teeth are long, thin, and sharp, designed for ripping and tearing. A beholder's sensory organs are, for the most part, not quite as acute as a human's. Their sense of touch is atrophied nearly to the point of uselessness, except for the tongue. Beholders detect scents through thousands of minuscule openings called spiracles over the surface of their bodies, and it is through these openings that they also breathe. Of course, beholders' non-visual senses are so rudimentary due to their eyes being so much more developed. A beholder's multiple eyes are its most notable and feared anatomical feature. In addition to providing the creature with all-around vision, the eyes can be used to aim, direct, and emit powerful supernatural effects. These effects aside, the eye of a beholder is a wondrous and complex organ that has long been the obsession of countless sages and wizards. A beholder's eyeball is remarkably hard and solid, about as strong as a similarly sized ball of stone. The iris seems to be a translucent crystal consisting of hundreds of interlocking sheaves, each of which is capable of independent movement. Curiously, a beholder's eye doesn't have a single lens. Rather, an eye can have as many as a dozen differently sized and shaped lenses, all capable of independent movement. By adjusting these lenses and the iris, a beholder can aim with its eye ray. Each eye has a slightly different configuration of evocularies. In one eye, they might form a complex spiral. In another, they might be taut and straight. The nature of this evoculary configuration is believed to be what focuses the raw magic energy the creature generates deep in its brain to create its signature eye ray effects. A beholder's outer body, although strange, at least seems logical in construction. The farther one gets into the innards of a beholder, however, the more alien and unusual the components become. Its internal organs are a tangled, brightly coloured, often inscrutable mess of tubes, sac, coils, and things that have little or no analogy to those found in a human. Sages have managed to pin down the purpose for some of these organs by the process of elimination or by their proximity to the creature's mouth. A beholder's digestive system, its connected circulatory and respiratory systems are fairly obvious. Beyond these, sages are positive about only the reproductive organs and the brain. Perhaps the most unusual shared feature of a beholder's internal organs is their freakish buoyancy. Even when separated from the remainder of the body, these organs float like balloons, despite the fact they rarely contain any appreciable volumes of air or natural gas. The natural buoyancy allows a beholder to fly, its motions and movement controlled by bursts of air expelled from its thousands of spiracles. Technically, beholders are endoskeletal creatures, although what passes for a skeleton in their bodies really amounts to nothing more than a large skull. The material that comprises the skull isn't bone, though. In fact, it is so similar in construction to the creature's skin that it's impossible to tell where the skin ends and the skull begins. The material is hard, inflexible, and, above all else, remarkably light. Some alchemists have devised methods to maintain the bone's strength after the creature's death. But because the material is only about as strong as iron and much more dangerous to harvest, armor and weapons made of beholder bone remain little more than curiosities. The most readily obvious set of internal organs make up the creature's digestive tract. The back of a beholder's mouth consists of a powerful sphincter-like muscle labelled as 1. This opens into a short esophagus labelled as 2, then into a large flat stomach, 3, which fills most of the hollow inside its lower jaw. We see that label 4 shows numerous tubes that are similar to intestines that branch off from the stomach and coil up the back of the creature. Eventually, these intestines become as thin as hairs, and they coil around through a large, fan-shaped organ that contains hundreds of tiny, air-filled channels, labelled as 5. This is the beholder's lung, and the channels constantly mix air with digested food to produce a frothy, pink fluid. The birthing of new beholders is a sight few have witnessed, and by all accounts, it's something that even few would want to witness. When a brood comes to term, a beholder's jaw unhinges, and it regurgitates its womb out through the mouth. The creature bites the womb off, and it floats gently in the air. The young beholders are forced to chew their way out of the gory mass to freedom. They are capable of flight immediately, but their eye powers develop later in life. A beholder's intense magical power and energy are gathered and directed in the internal organs that comprise its nervous system and brain. Some theorize that beholders gather magical energy from the bodies of spellcasting creatures they've eaten, while others believe that they simply absorb ambient magic from the environment. In fact, a beholder's vast store of magical power is directly connected to its eyes. Just as the creature's braided optic nerves transmit light to the brain to allow sight, so do the eyes transmit magic to the brain for storage and augmentation. A beholder can absorb magical energy by looking at spell effects in action, by observing magic creatures like constructs or spellcasters, by gazing upon ancient relics and minor magic baubles, and simply reading or studying spell books. It can even absorb magic from watching its own eye rays, recycling the power back into its brain as it uses them. A beholder's mind, like its body, is alien to the natural world, and actually consists of 2 separate, independent minds. These minds can be categorized as the rational mind and the intuitive mind. Having 2 minds does not give the beholder any sort of tactical or magical advantage. If anything, it is perhaps the monster's greatest disadvantage. The rational mind is a coldly logical machine that classifies information into forms and shapes that a beholder can assimilate. It stores plans, magical knowledge, personal rationalizations, memories, and goals. The intuitive mind consists of what a beholder sees. It sorts what it observes to determine what can and cannot be passed on to the rational mind. Here, A beholder keeps suppressed memories and suppressed knowledge, details of past failure, and theories that would shatter its rational mind. In the gulf that exists between a beholder's minds lurk its paranoia and xenophobia. The sane beholders have both these minds working together, although rare. Beholders are hateful creatures, and nothing inspires their hatred more than others of their own kind. In theory, they could get along well enough with another beholder that looked similar to itself, but over time, they always find tiny imperfections in a companion that drive them to rage. Each beholder's physical characteristics are unique, and no beholder would regard another as anything other than an inferior, good only for food. Physical differences are the most minor of variations. Two notable variants, the elder orb and the hive mother, possess wildly different abilities from those of normal beholders. Beyond these are the myriad forms of beholderkin, true aberrations among the race. Creatures like Goths, overseers, and eyes of the deep are subjects of wrath among true beholders, for they are similar enough in appearance and ability to be regarded as mockeries of the beholder self-image. One in every several hundred beholders is born with amazing longevity. These are known as elder orbs, and the source of their longevity is hotly debated. The elder orb is effectively immortal. It never grows senile or infirm from age and can live forever unless it perishes from violence or disease. Even rarer than elder orbs are hive mothers. Their name stems more from the fact that they have the ability to magically dominate others of their kind. Hive mothers form large communities to serve them. This is how beholder cities originate. Left to their own devices, they would rather slay their kin than live in harmony with them. Hive mothers are universally larger and fiercer than their typical kin. The hive mother is an extraordinary and thankfully rare creature found only in the largest beholder communities, called ultimate tyrants. Hive mothers rule communities with tyranny and cruelty, and are mistakenly worshipped as deities by neighboring creatures of other races. Hive mothers can rotate and adjust their position with much greater speed and skill than normal beholders, while having skill over many of their eyes simultaneously. The death tyrant is a truly reprehensible creatures. These are undead, akin to zombies, though they retain some innate magical abilities. These creatures are used by powerful wizards as guardians. They are almost never encountered near other beholders who find them abhorrent. An Eye of the Deep is an aquatic version of the more infamous land-based beholder. These monsters dwell in the deepest reaches of the oceans, but rise to the surface to menace those who dwell above the waves. These hateful and cruel creatures are fond of creating illusions of shipwrecked survivors, small islands, mermaids, or whatever they think might lure their victims closer. Eyes of the Deep are about 9 feet in diameter and weight 6,000 pounds. Some can also be found in relatively shallow waterways far underground. A normal beholder can become a wizard or sorcerer. The more ancient are powerful arcanists that have used magic to extend their lifespans. Nevertheless, 2 practical limitations keep them from becoming spellcasters. First, their lack of hands makes it hard for them to use larger numbers of spell components. Second, their central eye's anti-magic cone makes the study and use of arcane magic difficult. However, an increasing number are embracing a practice once held to be vile and unthinkable to their kind. Through ritual destruction of its central eye, a beholder can learn to channel and use magic much more quickly and efficiently than any other race. These are the members of the Beholder Mage prestige class, and the power they wield is truly impressive. Beholders are highly intelligent creatures with an ancient history, so it should come as no surprise that they have developed unique feats to further enhance their already formidable abilities. Some of these feats include where the creature develops longer, more flexible eye stalks than its kind. These allows it to rapidly maintain the magical essence within its eye rays to deliver them more readily when in need. A beholder that is required to adapt to a strong magical presence can alter its physiology slightly to narrow its central eye, providing a more exact anti-magic effect. This has been true around areas such as Candlekeep, where the use of magic is more apparent. Certain of their kind, that favour stealth and subterfuge, may develop traits of enhanced telekinesis. This allows them to use magic items that would be otherwise ill-fit for their large monstrous anatomy to utilise. Although they are naturally potent adversaries, they understand the value of augmenting their capabilities with additional magic. Yet beholders are not known for their skill or even their interest in creating magic items. Therefore, most of their treasure and magical equipment has been stolen from others. One of the most terrifying manifestations of beholder society is a beholder hive. It is not unheard of for similar shaped beholders to live in close proximity to one another, cooperating to build incredible and alien cities in the far corners of the land. The existence of hive mothers and overseers makes these gatherings possible. These thankfully rare creatures possess a supernatural ability to command and dominate other beholders. Hive mothers are powerful, said to have been spawned directly from the shuddering folds of the Great Mother herself. Overseers are horribly mutated creatures that superficially resemble the original beholder stock from which they sprang. Both can organize a large collection of beholders to work toward a common goal. The appearance of a beholder hive varies wildly. Some are little more than tangled underground mazes of chambers and circular passageways carved by a multitude of disintegrate eye rays, while others are fantastic cities of alien, disturbing architecture. These hive cities are built by charmed minions, with finishing touches by particularly artistic beholders that use their disintegrate eye rays to carve sculptures from solid stone or metal. A hive's population depends on the nature of its leader. An overseer can command only a relatively small number of beholders at once, and thus its hive consists of only 20 or so beholders and beholderkin. A hive ruled by a hive mother, on the other hand, has no limit to its size. Such a hive usually even incorporates a few overseers. These hives are more on the scale of cities, and although they are often found in underground regions, a rare few appear in remote regions on the surface. The primary goal of a hive mother that rules a hive city is almost always the collection of other beholders and beholderkin. Hive mothers believe that they themselves are the chosen of the Great Mother and must work to bring unity and order to the beholder race. Of course, the multiverse is infinite, so some beholder hive cities across the planes conform to the existing rules of those planes. Sages have tales of several hive cities that have been present across the land. Located deep below the desert Anauroch in a great bell-shaped cavern lies the city of Ultul. The tale was that around 400 beholders and beholder mages lived there in peace. Their hatred was held in check by an even more ancient and more powerful race that had hidden plans for the city. In a remote corner of an unknown world on the material plane lies the massive beholder city of Kagash. This surface city was of unprecedented size, with a beholder population of about 2,000. This city was located on a volcanic, mist-shrouded island. Rumor holds that 10 or possibly more allied hive mothers jointly ruled Kagash. Although beholders are tremendously xenophobic, they can rein in their fears and intolerance when faced with a creature they might be able to use for a time before killing it. A beholder never trusts bargains when recruiting a minion. Instead, it charms the creature for days or years on end. Beholders keep minions for many reasons. The most common are assassins, entertainment purposes, spies, and representatives. Assassins ensure that beholders' complicated schemes and plans that go awry are taken care of. When a beholder's plan is foiled, it sends assassins to remedy the situation. Although beholders spend much of their time studying magic, plotting, and bullying other minions, most keep at least a few minions on hand solely for entertainment purposes. Entertainment can range wildly according to personal tastes, from the sadistic glee derived from watching cowering goblins forced to fight each other under threat of petrification and disintegration to the more cultured displays of magical prowess from charmed spellcasters. Spies serve a role of observation. They observe the lands around the beholder's lair or city. A spy typically remains in the field for a week, returning to report their findings. Rarely, a beholder needs to interact with another society or civilization in a non-violent manner. They treat their representatives much better than they treat their other minions, and even though representatives are charmed, they are afforded the best personal quarters in the lair. Beholders keep only one representative, since they find treating creatures as near equals to be painful. Guardians are also positioned throughout the lair. These creatures are selected to protect the lair. They are unintelligent and left to squat in dead-end sections, while the more intelligent minions patrol the lair and look for intruders. One question that has haunted sages and adventurers, in particular Volo Gidam, is the following question. Within his famous tomes about beholders, he put forth his fears on the matter. He wondered why these horribly powerful creatures, capable of using great magic virtually at will, haven't used these abilities in a more obvious show of force. Sure, beholders are more concerned with fighting others of their kind, but certainly there must be at least a few that would use their disintegrate eye rays to destroy the world. His answer lay in the mindset of the beholder. Although typically insane with xenophobia, beholders are also incredibly arrogant and vain, and nothing pleases them more than to have other creatures fawn over them and worship them, bolstering their egos. A beholder that runs amok with eye rays that disintegrate all humanoids in sight finds itself without anyone to dominate and menace. Because of this, beholders use self-control to avoid destroying everything around them, simply to keep something nearby, to give them a sense of power. Without a matrix of fearful worshippers, a beholder could not exist. When several scholars challenged his theory, he told them to smile and trust his sources, but certain scholars were not so quick to ignore him. There were rumors that some invisible beholders were whispering advice into his ears, telling him what he wanted to hear. The most famous beholder currently is known as Xanathar. Xanathar in the present day has let its paranoia get the better of it. What is fascinating about this beholder is his attachment to his pet fish. Beholders are common to have one attendant. Xanathar's is his dwarf attendant known as Ot Steel Toes. Steel Toes' main purpose is to feed the fish Silgar. This is the only creature that the beholder loves as much as itself. In fact, there have been many Silgars over the years, but Ot is skilled at acquiring a replacement before Xanathar realizes its beloved pet has died. Xanathar rules over a guild as a crime boss, which feeds its egotistic requirements. His lair is underneath the City of Splendors, known more commonly as Waterdeep. This is an ancient dungeon complex originally built by the Netherese and expanded by beholders over time. The Netherese are a collection of ancient wizards and people, which we will discuss on another video in the future. The only real threat to Xanathar's rule is another beholder, which speaks to the reason why the guild has been led by a succession of beholders instead of by various humanoid or inhuman creatures. Like all beholders, Xanathar craves information. It is aware of the great library at Candlekeep and the lore stored there, and one of its main objectives is to get an agent in place to start sending copies of that information back to Xanathar. Xanathar's ultimate goal is to control the entire region under Waterdeep, giving it as much political clout as all the Lords of Waterdeep combined. Beholders have unflinching ambitions, which can't be tempted by either of these collective brains. Beholders are among the few creatures that can shape reality to their vicinity, and Xanathar is no different. Beholders don't sleep when they rest. Instead, their mind remains semi-conscious even as it dreams. As a result, on rare occasions when a beholder dreams of another beholder, the dream reality becomes warped and takes on physical form, becoming an actual beholder. Beholders have many fascinating and outworldly abilities. Elminster, a famous wizard, explains to his students, beholders change, refine, discard, and spin anew scores of such plans all the time. They rule their territories and try to manipulate the wider world from them. For adventurers, the trick is learning where a given beholder believes its territory boundaries are. To the average beholder, human intrigues are the fumblings of babies. A beholder always has several backup plans ready. When dealing with one, I have 3 plans of my own: run, hide, and distract. Rival beholders are always the best ones. If you would like more of this content, or content like this, like and subscribe. Thank you, and see you on the next video. How to create new versions of these powers.
leaving their mark in ways.
They have an immunity to and waters. A miasma clings to the air like a dying breath, heavy and fetid, curling through the ruins of a once great city now long forgotten. Towering spires lean like broken teeth above a drowned landscape of withered trees and stagnant pools. Beneath the layers of moss and rot lie ancient netherese stones, etched with sigils that once called stars to heal, now half sunken in mire, their power leached by time and decay. And yet, not all power fades. A ripple cuts across the swamp's oily surface. From the murk rises a shape older than the ruin itself, vast wings like tattered sails, unfolding with malevolent grace. Horns twisted like obsidian thorns pierce the mist. Its scales are slick with shadow, each one a mirror of dread, reflecting not light, but secrets. Secrets of death, secrets of betrayal, secrets best left buried. The black dragon coils atop the shattered temple, his throne a dais of skulls and broken relics. His breath is a miasma of acid and old blood. In his gaze, cruel amusement, patience, hunger. This is Vorthazil, the Mire Worm, doom of the Moonlit Crusade and Lord of the Forgotten Sanctum. A procession approaches, 6 in number, adorned in silver and sapphire. Seraphine Dawn Reaver, Paladin Commander, whose blade once struck down a fiend in Saloon's name. Beside her, the ever-watchful Hieromancer Belladorn, robed in starlight and ash, bearer of the Moonwood Icon. Brother Caldus, stalwart shield-bearer and protector of the weak. Sister Vela, soft-spoken but searing with divine wrath. Aelric of the Crescent Spear, youngest among them, filled with zeal. And Mirael Sunshade, her hymns a balm and a blade, both. They have come not for glory, but for cleansing to burn the corruption from this place with divine flame and moon-blessed steel. But they are not the first. The swamp shifts. The fog tears like gauze as twisted figures rise from the mucker wall of the dead, armoured in rusted plate and flensed flesh. Saloonite symbols, shattered and scrawled over, hang mockingly from their bloated forms. Eyes glow with cold flame. The swamp answers its master's will. Steel clashes with bone. Light meets rot. The swamp becomes a war ground. Seraphine leads the charge, her blade igniting in radiant arcs. severing gnarled limbs and shattering cursed helms. Kaldus stands as a bulwark, smashing skeletons and ghouls into the bog. Mirel sings a battle hymn, her voice piercing the gloom and igniting halos of silver light around her allies. Vela calls down moonfire, burning holes through undead phalanxes. Belladorn's glyphs erupt in radiant lines, incinerating entire ranks. And for a time, it seems they may prevail. Until the earth quakes, the water erupts. A tidal wave of muck and bile surges upward as the mire births its master. Vorthazil explodes from the swamp, wings unfolding in a blasphemous parody of grace. His roar is a hurricane of filth and fury, a sound older than reason. His acid breath rains from the heavens, dissolving sanctified armor and sacred flesh in bubbling screams. Miriel turns, just in time to raise a ward too late. She's consumed in green fire, her hymn silenced forever. Elric impales a ghoul, then is hurled into a stone wall by the sweep of the worm's tail, spine breaking with a crack like splintering trees. And Vorthazil laughs, not with joy, but with delight. He crashes into the lines of the living, tail coiling, jaws snapping. His voice echoes through the ruins, soaked in contempt and venom. Did you think light would reach here? In my domain, I have crushed gods beneath my claws. Seraphine shouts for retreat, but the way is already gone. Belladorn summons a dome of moonlight, shielding the last survivors as Vorthazil circles, his wings drawing the mist inward like a curtain of death. And then the fallen rise. The paladins who died moments before now stand again, but not in grace. Their eyes glow with unholy mockery, their wounds sealed with necrotic chains. The dragon's necromancy weaves through them like puppeteer's string. Miriel's burned corpse now leads the charge, her voice a garbled hymn of pain. The circle closes. Steel meets steel, but now divine wrath meets its own reflection. Holy blades guided by cursed will. The final cries of Seraphine Dawnreaver echo across the mire, not in fear, but in fury. A vow of vengeance, choked in swamp water. The swamp falls silent. Where once there was battle, now there is only stillness, broken armor half sunken in mud, shattered weapons jutting like broken crosses, and bodies floating lifeless beneath the surface. A holy crusade drowned, choked beneath rot and ruin. Vorthazil coils through the ruins, his massive form slithering like a leviathan through mire. Acid drips from his jaws into the murk, each drop boiling the stagnant water into steam. But it is not enough. No, not yet. The true work begins. With a growl like thunder rolling through a graveyard, Vorthazil lifts his wings to the sky and speaks. Not in Draconic, not in any tongue of mortals, but in a language older than gods, a language written in death. The ancient Netherese glyphs carved into the sunken stone flare to life, etched in lightless green, burning with sickly necromantic fire. Runes once used to call comets from the sky now pulse with inverted purpose, not to summon stars, but to shackle souls. The mireworm rears up. His voice rises into a screeching layered chord, a dirge that warps the air itself. Birds fall from the sky mid-flight. Fish turn belly up in the black water. Flowers wither into dust. Even the swamp groans beneath the weight of what is being summoned. The bodies begin to stir. Mirel Sunshade, once gentle priestess, her charred flesh hanging from bone like silk, burned at the edge, lifts her head. Her jaw unhinges not in a scream, but in a soundless wail as violet light erupts from her eyes and mouth. Her holy symbol melts across her chest, the crescent moon deforming into a jagged maw. Kaldus the shield floats upward, suspended like a puppet by invisible cords. His helm caves inward as unseen claws press upon his skull, then inflate his lungs with swamp gas. His first breath back is a gag of black bile. One by one, the rest follow. Their wounds do not heal, they fester. Broken limbs remain twisted, bones jutting from flesh, but they rise all the same. What had been armor is now rusted into their bodies, fused by the ritual's necrotic flame. Eyes that once gleamed with divine purpose now glow with moonlight, turned inside out hollow, reflective, and wrong. But it is Seraphine who rises last. Not gently, not like the others. She is dragged upward by her hair as spectral chains burst from the water, wrapping her limbs and throat. The dragon intones her name, mocking its shape on his tongue. She thrashes her soul trying to flee, but Vorthazil breathes over her, and it is not acid this time. It is vapor, a fog that creeps into her mouth, nose, eyes filling her from the inside until her body jerks like a marionette and stills. Her eyes snap open, and for a moment, a terrible moment, they reflect. Recognition, pain, and then nothing. She kneels, as does the rest of the fallen. The black dragon descends, wings folding like a cloak of smoke. He circles his new army, their bodies trembling with residual magic. Moon's children, he hisses. What a lovely lie you were. Now, sing for me. And they do. A hymn, warped, hollow, sung through shredded throats and bubbling lungs, a bastardization of Saloon's grace. It echoes through the swamp like a prayer from the dead. And Vorthazil, the mayor worm, opens his jaws in joy. A god of rot has crowned himself with saints. He does not guard, he defiles. And beneath the bloated moon, he whispers to the darkness, "Let the faithful come. I will make saints of them all, in death." Before empires rose, before the stars were named, before even the first prayers echoed into the weave, there was I-O, the prime worm, the eternal coil from which all dragonkind unspooled. But when the All-Father was sundered, his legacy fractured. From his spilled essence came light and shadow, nobility and savagery. Among his darkest spawn was Tiamat, the five-headed queen of greed and tyranny. From her black maw, born in spite and rot, slithered the first of the black dragon's ancient horrors, formed not of molten light, but of drowned shadows and acidic hate. No golden flame adorned their birth, only the stench of the swamp, the hiss of poison, and the silence of death. Legends claim the first black dragon hatched from an egg submerged beneath the poisoned waters of the abyss, where light had never touched. Others whisper that they were once majestic beings cast down, twisted by ancient curses, transformed into reflections of despair by Tiamat herself, their wings forever soaked in the mire of betrayal. Whatever truth exists beneath the myths, one thing is certain. Black dragons are the inheritors of death's domain, not by conquest, but by nature. They do not rule from gilded halls, nor defend celestial truths. They squat atop the drowned corpses of civilizations, gods' forgotten temples, and kingdoms lost to time not as caretakers of the past, but as its gravediggers. Unlike their metallic kin who seek justice and harmony, black dragons revel in power unopposed. They do not build empires, they desecrate them. A black dragon is pure decay given breath. Of all the true dragons that brood beneath the heavens, none provoke such instinctive revulsion as the black worm. These are not creatures of fury, nor instruments of vengeance. They are blasphemies made flesh, the vilest among the chromatic breed. Their hatred burns not with rage, but with festering contempt. To the black dragon, the flourishing of the weak is an insult, the rise of kingdoms, a wound. Their purpose is not conquest, but ruin, to see empires buckle beneath their own rot, to feast upon despair, and to rule over ash. Their form betrays their nature, not grand, but grotesque. Their bodies are serpentine and sinewed, a coiling blend of shadow and sinew. Theirs is a silhouette designed not for majesty, but for malice. deep-set eyes burn like twin pits of balefire, sunken in sockets that give the dragon the ghastly semblance of a skull. Wide nasal cavities yawn like the hollow mask of death, and its face, crowned with jagged horns and cruel spikes, echoes the terrible majesty of carrion kings. Its tongue lies flat, splitting at the tip like a serpent's, while thick threads of acidic slime trail constantly from its maw, each strand reeking of decay and alchemical rot. The horns of the black worm twist backward in cruel curves, segmented like bone, pale at their roots and darkening to blackish tips. With age, even the flesh around these horns deteriorates, not through neglect, but through nature. Acid vapors eat away at scale and sinew alike, peeling back layers of meat to reveal a visage that is equal parts skeleton and shadow. Its scales gleam not with light, but with the glisten of corruption, slick, black as oil, and always wet, as if freshly birthed from some festering bog. Its lower jaw juts forward with grotesque spikes, and even with its maw closed, its teeth protrude like the bars of a prison gate. When it takes to the skies, it casts a silhouette of horror. Its wings, thin and leathery, flutter with a raggedness like torn parchment. The membranes are marred by bulbous striping, and the forward edges end in frayed tips. Its alar thumbs stretch long and skeletal, a detail that marks it even from afar. And should one be close enough to witness its breath, few survive to tell of it. Not fire, but liquid death. Its breath weapon is a torrent of seething acid, melting steel, dissolving stone, and devouring flesh in slow, unspeakable agony. Though it breathes easily beneath the surface of stagnant waters, it is no swimmer. It prefers to wallow, to lurk, and to wait, still as the grave, until the moment to strike arrives. To hear a black dragon speak is to hear cruelty, refined to an art. Sarcasm drips from their words like venom from their fangs. They speak in mockery and relish in unmaking hope. Even when they tolerate the presence of cultists, necromancers, or warlocks, these are not alliances, but delays in their appetite. No one walks beside the black worm, they simply delay their devouring. Unlike their red or blue kin, the black dragon's cunning is of a darker shade. They do not revel in politics, nor take court in intrigue. They are hunters, they are tormentors. Their genius is sharpened by cruelty and aged in silence. They do not preach justice, they whisper dominion. Their law is fear, and their reign is terror. Their diet is as foul as their hearts. While they subsist primarily on fish, mollusks, and waterborne prey, they hunger for red meat, and prefer it aged. Carcasses are often left to rot in stagnant pools near their lairs, pickled in the filth until suitably tainted. This not only pleases their stomachs, but sours the land itself, desecrating the very ground upon which they reign. As for reproduction, theirs is a cycle steeped in cruelty. The females are the aggressors, soaring vast distances in search of a male to impress, often through violence. Eggs are laid near the male's lair, and it is he who guards the hatchlings. Black dragons are fiercely protective of their young, yet offer no warmth nor wisdom. When the time comes, the parent turns, driving the fledgling away with tooth and claw, before it becomes yet another morsel in the mire. A black dragon's lair is less a home and more a grave that breathes. The domains of a black dragon are not found, they are suffered. These worms nest not in caverns of grandeur or peaks of splendor, but in the forgotten wounds of the world. Stagnant swamps choked with bracken, ancient ruins gnawed by time and strangled by creeping vine, desecrated temples whose gods have long since turned their gaze, sunken vaults where elemental rot festers unchecked. These are the abodes they claim, and once claimed, they are transformed. What was once sacred becomes blasphemous. What once stood as a testament to virtue is twisted into a shrine of ruin. Their acidic breath, seething and ceaseless, scours stone and sanctum alike. Statues lose their faces, inscriptions run like tears in rain, and even the very earth groans beneath the slow, alchemical cruelty of their presence. The stench of death clings thick to the air around a black worm's lair. The waters there are opaque, black as pitch, and reek with ancient filth. The air is laden with choking humidity, thick, suffocating, and unnaturally warm. Fog drapes itself upon the land like a funeral shroud, refusing to lift. For miles in every direction, the land bears the curse of proximity. Springs and wells, once pure, now fester with unseen toxins. Any who drink from them are doomed to illness or slow death. Trees grow wrong, gnarled limbs stretching like fingers toward unseen terrors, and their roots bleed thick black sap as if in mourning. Abominations wander these lands, frogs and serpents with too many eyes, twitching and hissing in unsettling patterns, and creatures long dead now walk again, not by spell or summoning, but because the land itself remembers their pain. These undead drift silently through bog and ruin, aimless and weeping, bound by nothing but the presence of the dragon who dwells there. Within the lair, horror becomes art. The interior is a mausoleum of mockery. Skulls adorn the walls in precise, cruel patterns, arranged by race, by size, by the agony etched in their final screams. Bones dangle on strands of sinew like grotesque wind chimes, swaying in air that does not stir, whispering secrets no mortal tongue should hear. Pits of acid boil at the lair's heart, fed by veins of corrupted water that run like lifeblood through the desecrated soil. Yet it is not greed that fills these lairs with relics, but spite. Black dragons hoard objects not only of value, but of meaning to others. Symbols of dead gods are tarnished and defaced, icons of hope and holiness overturned and left to decay. Broken blades of valiant knights, rusted banners of fallen houses, shields still bearing the sigils of extinct lineages. All are displayed not in honor, but in contempt. Among their most prized treasures are relics of empires long dead, shattered crowns, sundered scepters, and coins minted by nations now erased from history. Elder black dragons, driven by malice honed over centuries, are known to take humanoids alive not to spare them, but to interrogate them. With a voice like slithering iron and a gaze like boiling pitch, they demand to know the locations of treasure hoards, buried vaults, and hidden caches of coin. Gold, silver, platinum. It is not the metal they crave, but the knowledge that it once had meaning. And once that knowledge is drained, so too is the victim. A black dragon's life is a long descent into deeper cruelty. From the moment their slick bodies crack free of their eggs, black dragon wormlings emerge not with innocence, but with hunger. They are born with venom in their hearts and predation in their blood. Even at their smallest, they are perfect killers, feasting first on carrion, frogs, and vermin, and then turning fang and claw upon their own siblings. It is not nourishment they seek, but dominance. Their games are cruel from the first. Toy with the weak, assert power, and crush that which resists. They crawl through the filth of bogs and fens, gliding through black waters or slithering across muck with a reptilian grace. Despite their youth, they are equally at home in air and water, swift, silent, and remorseless. Those wormlings who do not swiftly claim dominance over their clutchmates are often slain, their bodies left to rot in the hatchery as the price of weakness. Their breath weapon, already potent in its infancy, becomes a plaything of cruelty, sprayed not to kill, but to maim, to test, to teach fear. As the wormling grows, so too does its hunger, for land, for subjugation, for power. Young black dragons do not withdraw into isolation as other dragons might. Instead, they push outward, testing the boundaries of those who dare live nearby. They slay without hesitation, leaving bloated corpses as warnings draped upon the trees or drifting in poisoned waters. Their acidic breath, once erratic and cruel, sharpens into a tool of calculated horror. Their minds begin weaving their first wicked designs, simple ambushes, manipulations of lesser minds, and pacts forged in terror. Some gather broken creatures to serve them, lizard folk, twisted swamp cults, or the wretched undead. Others bind themselves to even darker powers, death knights, liches, vampires, or aberrations that swim through madness. By this stage, the young black worm is a masterful predator across all terrain, land, swamp, and sky alike. Flesh melts at its breath. Soil is desecrated by its step. It no longer kills to eat. It kills to rule. It is in adulthood that the black dragon ascends into its truest form, a monarch not of civilization, but of desecration. It is a tyrant crowned in venom and shadow. Entire swamps bow beneath its wings, and lowland villages vanish beneath tides of fouled water and pestilence. The very soil blackens with its touch, and the air grows heavy with despair. Its domain festers. Its legend grows. By now, the dragon has carved a lair into the bones of the earth, filled with relics of toppled empires and the remains of those who dared resist. Its hoard reflects not just wealth, but conquest, the ruined regalia of fallen kings, the shattered shields of paladins, and the ashes of holy texts long since burned. Cultists, mad with prophecy and rot, gather at its feet. Undead rise unbidden in its shadow. The dragon becomes more than a beast. It becomes a god to the broken, the damned, and the doomed. An adult black worm is tied to the dark forces of undeath, corrosion, and terror. Locusts swarm in its wake, stripping life to bone. Its claws rend fortresses, its breath melts hope, and its words, laced with power and mockery, bind souls to servitude. The ancient black dragon ceases to be a creature of the world. It becomes a calamity spoken of in fearful legend, its name whispered by firelight to frighten children into obedience. These draconic tyrants no longer haunt swamps. They cast shadows over nations. Its wings blot the sun. Its voice echoes like a curse upon the wind. It speaks not of war, but of extinction. Its rituals do not raise the dead. They unravel the weave itself, defiling planar anchors and forging profane pacts with entities older than the stars. These are beings who have outlived gods and now seek to outlast history. The ancient black worm does not hunger for meat nor for coin. It hungers for legacy. A legacy of despair. It does not simply kill kings. It destroys dynasties. It does not just blight lands. It unravels the very stories of hope passed from one generation to the next. Its acidic breath can reduce battalions to bone and ruin in moments. Its control over death and decay makes it a god of endings. Its power rends not only flesh, but the meaning of resistance itself. To behold an ancient black dragon is to witness memory rot. It is the last page of the story, written in acid and ash. Black dragons are not only destroyers, they are the antithesis of hope. In the dense, fetid swamps they call home, the dragon does not soar as it might in open sky. The canopy above is too dense, the waters below too tempting. When it strikes, it rises from the mire in silence, unseen until the moment of agony. When pressed or outmatched, it will not stand and roar. It vanishes, gliding through shadowed trees, or disappearing into the black depths of its domain. It leaves no trail, only corpses. But if there is one truth that black dragons abhor above all, it is the divine. Temples, shrines, and sacred halls are not seen as challenges. but as affronts. Churches are not enemies, they are targets. Saints are not admired, they are trophies yet to be defiled. A black dragon delights in the desecration of holy places. Clergy are butchered and displayed like art. Relics are shattered or twisted into tools of mockery. Sacred grounds are drowned in filth. Paladins, if not slain outright, are sometimes spared for the express purpose of being remade. The dragon reanimates them, reshaping them into unholy knights, bound in eternal service. Their once righteous light, now a hollow, flickering echo. Because to the black worm, the ruin of the spirit is the truest triumph. Its necromancy is not strategic, it is symbolic. Every soul shackled in undeath is a monument to its creed, that death is not a release, but a beginning of eternal servitude beneath a tyrant who mocks the very heavens. Even the grave is no escape from its rule. Unlike the incandescent wrath of a gold dragon, the black worm does not thunder across the battlefield. It does not roar. It whispers. It beckons. It taunts. Its presence seeps into the mind, turning valor to doubt and prayer to silence. It kills slowly, savoring the unraveling of courage. Watching the light die in its enemy's eyes is sweeter to it than the death itself. And should it find a foe who shines too brightly, a cleric who invokes a god too boldly, a knight who fights too nobly, it does not seek to destroy them. It seeks to convert them, to twist them, to raise them in mockery of what they were, not as a tactic, but as a statement, a proclamation that there is no victory to be had, that resistance is not only futile, it is forgotten. The swamp is silent now. The last moonlight fades behind a veil of rotting clouds. The water lies still, reflecting not the stars, but the glimmer of eyes beneath the surface. The altar is gone. The crusaders are no more, but they walk through the bog, through the ruins, through the dreams of those who still believe the light can reach here. And Vorthazil the mire worm lies curled in the drowned nave of the forgotten sanctum, his chest rising and falling in slow, ancient rhythm. Around him, bones drift like leaves. He does not sleep. He waits for the next prayer to echo through the mist, for the next blade raised in holy cause, for the next fool who dares believe that death ends the dragon's hunger. The shimmering gateway hums with power, its golden edges pulsing against the ever-shifting chaos of limbo. The arcane seal stands resolute, the circumference bordered by opalescent runes twisting disorder to order. Here, at the threshold between disorder and understanding, reality itself bends and folds, shaped only by the elemental chaos and force of will. Beyond the gate lies something few have ever seen, a sanctum of celestial wisdom, a place where knowledge flows like a river and the fabric of the multiverse is woven into the walls. It is a bastion of cosmic truths, guarded not by mortal hands, but by something far greater. A storm of cosmic energy churns through the void, swirling around the massive serpentine beast of golden scale and hue. Large twin horns and neck frills, smooth and metallic, give it a sagacious look. Its scales gleam with an inner fire, each movement radiating divine authority, while its eyes, emblazoned with the fire of a newborn star and ancient wisdom, pierce the aurora. The beast coiled around the cosmic gate, a celestial guardian. It is a sentinel of the planes, a being whose sight glimpses beyond time itself. A group of robed travelers, draped in crimson, stand at the threshold of the portal. a key-like device raised in supplication or command. These Githzerai, seekers of enlightenment, drawn by whispers of lost knowledge beyond the veil, approach. Beyond these travelers, the abyss stretches into infinity, where fractured shards of reality twist and dissolve into the swirling chaos of limbo. The gold dragon, for that is its title in the common tongue, stirs. The dragon's immense wings unfurl slightly, their golden tips merging with the cosmic storm, as if it alone binds order to the chaos. The gate itself is a masterpiece of celestial craftsmanship. Engraved runes spiral inward, glowing with the promise of knowledge or threat of forbidden power. The air crackles with arcane force, and the dragon's maw opens. The truths of creation await those who would wield them with wisdom. The Githzerai step forward, their disciplined minds most often holding the shifting chaos of limbo at bay. Note in this locus of energy. Their aid in bringing order to disorder is naught required. They approach the gate, but before they may pass through, the air shudders. The golden radiance of the portal flickers, dimming as a presence far darker seeps into the realm. From the void, a shadow slithers forth, an incursion, an invasion, a force that hungers for minds and knowledge alike. Mind flayers. They pour from a rift between planes, their chitinous limbs twisting in unnatural ways, their soulless eyes locking onto the gateway. Their purpose is clear: to consume, to corrupt, to unravel the wisdom that has been protected for eons. The Guardian rises, its wings unfurling in a storm of golden fire. It does not hesitate. With a single beat of its mighty wings, it hurls itself into battle, a beacon of divine wrath against the encroaching horror. The Githzerai move in unison, their monastic discipline turning them into a force of sheer will, their strikes breaking through the unnatural defenses of their cosmic foe. The first Mind Flayer lunges, its psychic energy lashing out in an unseen, formless blast meant to tear the mind apart. But the dragon's presence is a fortress of will. Its mere existence radiates a shield against such intrusions. The creature falters as the dragon opens its maw, unleashing a torrent of fire, not of mere heat, but of radiant purity, a golden inferno that burns away the corruption of the far realm itself. The Mind Flayer wails psychically, its form collapsing into nothingness as the flames consume its essence. More emerge, their tentacles writhing, their alien minds focusing in unison. A pulse of psionic force erupts outward, a thought turned into a weapon, a wave of crushing pressure meant to unravel the minds of all before them. The Githzerai stand firm. They are warriors of the mind, and they answer thought with thought. Their psionic energy flares, forming a barrier that absorbs the Mind Flayer's assault before shattering outward in a counterstrike, sending the horrors reeling. One Githzerai leaps forward, his movements a blur of speed and precision. His fist, wreathed in silver energy, collides with an illithid's skull, sending a shockwave through its body as its alien form convulses before collapsing. Another Gith twists through the air, spinning his staff, now a lance of pure psychic force, before impaling one of the aberrations mid-charge. Yet, the Mind Flayers do not falter. Their leader, a creature larger than the rest, its form pulsing with arcane corruption, raises its clawed hand, dark energy swirling in its palm. It does not strike the warriors. It targets the gate. A crackling tear begins to form, a rift meant to collapse the portal entirely, to sever the bastion of knowledge from existence itself. Not while the Guardian draws breath. With a roar that shakes the fabric of limbo itself, it surges forward, its massive claws wreathed in golden energy. One swipe cleaves through two Mind Flayers in an instant, their forms dissolving before they can react. The dragon twists, bringing its tail crashing down with the force of a falling star, crushing another beneath its divine might. And then the dragon's eyes with eternal fire fix upon the flayer nobility. The mind flayer raises its claw higher, its power reaching its apex. It whispers, its words not spoken, but carved into the minds of all present, a voice that promises nothingness, the end of thought, the unraveling of all reason. The gate shudders as the rift threatens to consume it whole. In this locus of power, naught can withstand the encroachment of the far realm. The Githzerai cease their advance, clutching their skulls in abject horror. But the dragon's eyes blaze with divine clarity. It speaks a single word, not in Draconic, not in any language known to mortals, but in a voice of absolute authority, a sound that shakes the plains themselves. The mind flayer halts. For the first time, it hesitates. For the first time, it knows fear. And in that instant, the dragon strikes. A radiant beam erupts from its maw, a column of pure cleansing power. It does not simply burn, it eradicates, severing the mind flayer's connection to the far realm, tearing it from existence. The creature has no time to scream before it is unmade, its darkness extinguished in a burst of golden fire. The rift closes. The portal is safe. Knowledge is eternal. Before kingdoms, before even the gods laid claim to the heavens, in the beginning, there was Io, the first dragon, he who forged all dragonkind from the raw elements of creation. But when Io fell, his children warred amongst themselves. Before Toril, there was Bahamut, the platinum dragon, noble and just, and Tiamat, the five-headed queen of greed and tyranny. They worked to shape the material plane, and for a time, there was harmony. Like all true dragons, gold dragons trace their lineage back to the dawn of creation. When the first dragons were forged by divine hands, most legends claim it was from Bahamut that the gold dragons were born, his most noble and mightiest children. Some sages tell of the platinum dragon taking to the astral sea, sculpting the first gold dragon from the molten heart of a dying star and imbued with an essence of his very own celestial fire. Others may say they emerged from the golden breath of Io himself, created to bring balance to a disordered equation. Even today, many gold dragons hold true that they are more than mere creatures. They are instruments of cosmic order, protectors of the weak and the last bastion against an ever-encroaching darkness. In the vast and timeless tapestry of dragonkind, none shine brighter or command greater reverence than the gold dragon. These noble and ancient creatures stand as the epitome of wisdom, justice, and grace. Tirelessly dedicated to preserving the balance between light and darkness, gold dragons are the stalwart defenders of good and guardians of cosmic order. A mountain of living gold, a being whose every movement radiates divine energy. Its scales shimmer like the morning sun, its wings ripple with celestial fire, and its very presence commands awe and is a reminder of the ancient forces that guide the realms of magic and fate. With their unparalleled beauty and formidable power, gold dragons are not only revered by mortals and immortals alike, but also serve as paragons among their own kind, ever seeking knowledge, justice, and a brighter future for all. To know the gold dragon is to witness the very embodiment of celestial nobility. The most powerful and majestic of the metallic dragons, gold dragons are dedicated foes of evil. These awe-inspiring creatures, with their celestial bearing and noble hearts, are among the mightiest defenders of the forces of good. With an unyielding commitment to protect both the cosmic and magical orders, they are unflinching in their struggle against the encroaching darkness of evil. Their purpose is clear: to bend the threads of fate toward a brighter future for all. Though their wisdom and serene dispositions may seem placid, these majestic beings are not afraid to unleash their fiery wrath and formidable magic when the need arises. Their breath, a blaze of blinding flame and crippling magic, can turn the tide in any battle against the forces of corruption. A gold dragon, if you should ever be fortunate enough to witness one, is a creature both wise and awe-inspiring. Its face is graced with long, flexible spines, akin to whiskers that frame its sagacious features. Twin horns sweep back from its noble brow, echoing the frills that adorn its long, serpentine neck. These are the hallmarks of the gold dragon: smooth, metallic horns and a set of delicate neck frills that curl like the finest of furs, complemented by spines that trace the length of its snout, giving it a distinguished, almost feline appearance. Its slanted eyes gleam with the lustrous glow of molten gold, a reflection of its ancient wisdom. Young gold dragons are often seen with dark yellow scales interspersed with flecks of glistening metal, which over time grow into a brilliant coat of gold as they age, and their pupils vanish entirely, replaced by the fiery gleam of molten gold. Their wings, vast and sail-like, ripple through the air with a motion reminiscent of swimming in a stream, graceful, fluid, and utterly majestic. When at rest, their wings fold against their back, like the protective shell of a golden moth. Though gold dragons may feast upon nearly anything, they hold a particular fondness for pearls and gems, which serve as a delightful delicacy for their refined tastes. Yet, they do not require such treasures for sustenance, and it is not the wealth itself that pleases them, but rather the gesture of a gift freely given. They accept offerings with grace, but they are not so easily swayed by material things. No gold can sway their hearts in the face of evil. Among their own kind, gold dragons are held in the highest regard, respected for their wisdom, fairness, and their unyielding commitment to justice. However, their lofty stature among dragons also means that they are the most distant and solitary of their kind. Their hearts remain steadfast, focused on their personal quests and the preservation of what is good. They rarely interact with others, save for their mates, their offspring, and the rare significant meeting with another dragon. Older gold dragons possess the remarkable ability to assume the forms of both beasts and men. They might take on the guise of a humble peddler, mingling with mortals to gather news of the world, offer counsel to those in need, or simply observe the ebb and flow of civilization. In the guise of an animal, a dog, a cat, a horse, or even an eagle, they may wander unnoticed, lending a quiet hand or companionship to those they encounter. They walk in the world, veiled in mundane form, not as mere travelers, but as subtle forces of change, guiding and influencing events from the shadows. Their quests are often self-imposed, a noble pursuit of knowledge, life, or morality, and they will stop at nothing to see these goals fulfilled. The habits of a gold dragon are sage-like and often difficult for the average mortal to comprehend. A gold dragon will spend most of its time in an assumed form, usually that of a nondescript human or harmless animal. For animal forms, a gold dragon will often choose domestic animals such as dogs, cats, or horses. Swift-moving but non-threatening forms such as an eagle are also favorites. This is because the assumed form allows the gold dragon to travel and observe the world without drawing attention to itself. When traveling in particularly dangerous areas, a gold dragon will use, especially non-threatening forms. This approach helps to set at ease fellow travelers it may encounter and to use itself as bait for any evil creatures lurking about. A gold dragon is a patient listener, for they hunger for knowledge and news of the world. Their curiosity is boundless, and no conversation is too long or tedious, save perhaps for the infamous garrulousness of their bronze cousins, who can test even the gold's legendary patience. Though they rarely engage in debates with mortals, when they do, it is often to silence any arguments that promote chaos or disorder. Their wisdom is vast, and their words, though few, carry the weight of ages. Gold dragons have a worldwide or planar hierarchy with a single ancient at the top. This leader is elected by all gold dragons from the ranks of great gold worms and serves for life or upon resignation. This leader, known as your Resplendence, serves for life or until they resign, and acts as the ultimate authority in matters concerning the species. This noble figure advises their kin on the nature of their quests, assists them in their battle against evil, and serves as a representative in dealings with other species. Should a matter of justice arise, it is the Resplendent One who will hear the case and make the final decree. The courtship of gold dragons is dignified and deliberate. Prospective mates can spend years discussing philosophy, ethics, can go on quests together, and will seek the ruler's approval as matter of protocol. Despite their lawful nature, gold dragons allow themselves remarkable freedom. Some mate for life, others for a short time. Gold dragons always instruct their young carefully, and young gold dragons may be fostered to care for wormlings where the older dragons are needed elsewhere. The lairs of gold dragons are hidden in serene, far-flung corners of the world, away from the bustling eyes of mortals and the prying forces of darkness. These secluded havens are carefully chosen to offer peace, solitude, and an intimate connection to the natural world. Often nestled near tranquil lakes, mist-covered islands, or ancient ruins, gold dragons seek places that resonate with magical power, allowing them to reside in harmony with the weave itself. Their lairs are not only marvels of natural beauty, but also fortresses of wisdom and protection, guarded by loyal creatures and imbued with powerful wards. Here, among the shifting mists and sparkling treasures, the gold dragon is ever vigilant, watching over the world from its sanctum, while glimpsing into the future and safeguarding its hoard with unparalleled care. The lairs of the gold dragons are as elusive as they are majestic, hidden in the farthest corners of the world, where none but the most fortunate or unfortunate may stumble upon them. These sanctuaries are carefully chosen for their seclusion, ensuring that the dragons can dwell in peace, far from the prying eyes of mortals and the reach of evil. The gold dragons favor tranquil locations, often near serene lakes, winding rivers, or islands veiled in mist. Their homes are sometimes found behind sparkling waterfalls, within the heart of ancient ruins, or nestled at places of deep magical power and ancient knowledge. The lairs themselves are always carved from stone, intricate and vast, with chambers that are not only functional, but beautifully adorned, reflecting the dragon's inherent grace and refinement. The gold dragons are not alone in their remote abodes. Their loyal protectors may include creatures native to the surrounding lands, such as animals or even powerful storm giants or good-aligned cloud giants who serve under the dragon's command, ensuring no harm ever comes to their sacred home. The very land around a gold dragon's lair shimmers with the immense power of the weave. This region is subtly warped by the presence of the dragon, imbuing the air with a sense of mysticism. Those who find themselves near the dragon's lair, be they in slumber, trance, or reverie, may feel the dragon's presence enter their dreams. This telepathic connection leaves an impression which lingers upon waking, as though the dragon itself has shared its ancient wisdom with the dreamer. The environment surrounding the lair often manifests in ethereal mists, shimmering with opalescent light. These mists never obscure the vision of the onlooker, but in the presence of evil, they twist into haunting forms, silently warning the dragon or any of its allies of impending danger. Within a mile of the lair, treasures, pearls, and gems alike gleam and sparkle, their beauty illuminated by the soft glow they cast. The gold dragon's connection to its domain is such that these treasures become an extension of its essence. Within the lair itself, the dragon can peer into the future or banish evil to realms beyond mortal comprehension, sometimes casting foes into harmless dream planes or distant dimensions, where they may do no harm. The hoard of a gold dragon is kept deep within the heart of its lair, safeguarded by wards of unimaginable potency. These magical defenses make the vault nearly impenetrable, ensuring that no treasure may be stolen without the dragon's knowledge. As for the treasures themselves, the gold dragons have a particular fondness for those crafted by skilled hands. The artistry of paintings, calligraphy, sculpture, and fine porcelain are prized above all. Of course, pearls and small gems are ever among their favorites, for they are not only the dragon's chosen sustenance, but also symbols of beauty in their purest forms. Approaching a gold dragon with offerings of such treasures is a sign of respect, and often a way to win its favor. But it is wise to remember. A gift must be given freely, without expectation. For a gold dragon knows well the value of sincerity over material wealth. The journey of a gold dragon is one of gradual transformation, from the innocent idealism of youth to the sagacious wisdom of the ancient. Each stage of their life is marked by discovery, growth, and an ever-deepening commitment to preserving balance, knowledge, and the forces of good. In their first few years, the gold dragon wormlings are creatures of wonder and boundless curiosity, their minds alive with the thirst for knowledge, and their hearts burning with idealism. Often, these young worms seek to right wrongs in the world around them, eager to forge bonds with the beings they encounter. Their early years are spent in the care of their elders, learning not just the intricacies of their abilities, but the vast knowledge of the world and the weave itself. These wormlings may be seen near small villages or farms, their sense of duty compelling them to protect those in need and learn from the local magic and powers, while their capabilities, small as they are in comparison to their elders, still take shape. Wormlings begin to test their claws, their breath, and their nascent flight. Although they are graceful in flight and as natural in the water as the swan, they remain cautious, relying on older dragons or companions for protection in times of danger. They may flee from conflict using their weakening breath to disorient foes, but will defend their home when needed, their fire breath and soaring flight a testament to the promise they hold. As the wormlings mature into their first century of life, the gold dragon's minds and abilities evolve in tandem. These young worms now begin to glimpse the true mysteries of the world, the magics that flow through all things, the depths of evil they must combat, and the vastness of the cosmos. Their inquisitive nature drives them to uncover secrets, solve problems, and take direct action in the world. Their flight becomes an art, serpentine and refined, as they glide effortlessly through the skies or beneath the waves. The young gold dragon begins to master its powerful weakening breath, capable of quelling conflict before it even begins, while their cosmic fire burns bright in defense of their chosen path. As their power grows, so too does the reach of their influence. By this stage, a young gold dragon may establish its own territory, often covering an area up to 50 miles. Their lairs become entwined with magical forces, and their hordes gain power, securing the dragon's dominion and influence over both the land and the weave. Though young, they may be entrusted with the protection of wormlings, taking on the mantle of guardianship to allow their elders the freedom to embark on quests or meditations. Upon reaching maturity in their first centuries, the gold dragon takes on a subtle, near-legendary presence. Masters of disguise, these dragons often assume harmless forms, be it an unassuming animal or a mortal persona to pass among the common folk unnoticed, weaving their wisdom into the lives of those they encounter. Their missions are self-appointed, their thirst for knowledge and justice never waning. No longer merely defenders, these adult dragons are active crusaders, seeking to uncover the world's deep mysteries and eliminate evil at its roots. By the time they reach adulthood, gold dragons are formidable forces in the world. Their magic is potent, from the banishment of evil to the use of radiant fire, each breath a cosmic force. They may rule vast territories, extending their influence over regions or even continents. Their presence a foretelling of hope and change. In these vast realms, the opalescent mist that surrounds their lairs is both a symbol of their power and a warning to all who would do harm. The grace with which they move, whether in the sky or on the ground, is legendary, and their intellect is unmatched. As a legendary foe and a wise sage, the adult gold dragon is both a guide and a protector, wielding magic with an artful hand and banishing lies with the sheer force of their will. By the time they achieve their ancient years, gold dragons transcend mortal comprehension. These awe-inspiring creatures become mythic figures revered by those who seek to preserve the balance of the cosmos. They act from the shadows, offering counsel and guidance to virtuous groups, aiding younger dragons and ensuring the preservation of wisdom. Only in the gravest of times, when the balance of existence is at risk, do these ancient dragons reveal themselves in their full, awe-striking majesty. With the wisdom to rival the most intelligent beings in the multiverse, they stand as paragons of virtue, wisdom, and power. Their lairs are often entwined with the pure weave, and they may protect secrets or artifacts of immeasurable importance, guarding the very fabric of existence. Ancient gold dragons are among the most powerful beings ever to exist, their magical and physical might matched only by their deep wisdom. In battle, they can challenge the mightiest cosmic foes, their breath a force of celestial radiance, their mastery of banishment and teleportation unparalleled. Though they may rarely show their full strength, it is said that to face an ancient gold dragon is to face the full weight of time and the universe itself. In the vast tapestry of dragons, few are as revered and awe-inspiring as the gold dragon. Known for their unparalleled wisdom, grace, and commitment to justice, gold dragons embody the delicate balance between diplomacy and wrath. Their innate preference for peaceful resolution and the defense of the innocent marks them as protectors of the realms. Yet when provoked, their might and fury are unmatched. Though the gold dragon favors diplomacy over direct confrontation, its might is without equal among the metallic dragons. When a foe, be it a malevolent individual or a wicked force, provokes a gold dragon, the consequences are often dire. A gold dragon's wrath is relentless, and it will not rest until its foe has been either slain or brought to justice. These dragons do not tolerate evil in any form, and will not settle for anything less than complete triumph over it. Their grace in the air and beneath the waters is legendary, but when forced into combat, A gold dragon calls upon its vast mastery of flight, magic, and the power of both its radiant fire and weakening breath to turn the tide in its favor. It is not just their strength that makes them formidable. Their unparalleled intellect and deep understanding of the weave, magical mysteries, and the interconnections of the planes give them an edge that most adversaries cannot hope to overcome. The most hated and bitter enemy of the gold dragon is the red dragon. Gold dragons, in alliance with their noble kin, the silver dragons, stand as a bulwark against the malevolent forces of the chromatic dragons, with the red dragons serving as the most ferocious and dangerous of these foes. The destruction and chaos wrought by red dragons, fueled by unrelenting malice, are a constant source of concern for the gold dragon. Yet the gold dragon's enemies are not limited to the fiery, destructive force of the red dragon alone. Any being or force that seeks to manipulate the weave for malevolent purposes, destroy the fragile balance of the multiverse, or wield dark artifacts to shatter cosmic order will find itself opposed by the full might of the gold dragon. Older gold dragons, often content to act from the shadows to prevent such cataclysmic events, may not always be at the forefront of these battles in their earlier years. However, when the need arises, the gold dragons are not afraid to take up the mantle of leadership and command, assuming the role of radiant generals on the front lines of war against chaos and evil. When the very fabric of existence is threatened, the gold dragons will stand resolute, their wisdom, power, and courage ensuring that no dark force, be it mortal or cosmic, will go unchallenged. The battlefield lies dormant, save for the crackling embers of the aftermath. The last of the mind flayers lie motionless, their forms dissolving into the unreality of limbo, their twisted ambitions crushed beneath the unwavering might of the gold dragon and its allies. The great guardian lowers its wings, its golden gaze sweeping across the survivors. The Githzerai stand tall, though battle-worn, their minds still sharp, their resolve unshaken. The gateway flickers, its light returning, the pulse of knowledge beyond still intact. The gold dragon watches them, seeing not just what they are, but what they might become. It speaks once more, its voice now carrying the weight of experience, of a battle hard fought. You have seen the cost of wisdom, it rumbles. You have stood at the edge of the unknown and fought for something greater than yourselves. A moment passes, heavy with meaning. Then, at last, the guardian moves aside, its massive form parting like a golden tide. Enter and learn. One by one, the Githzerai step through, vanishing into the depths of the sanctuary. The gold dragon lingers at the threshold, its gaze drifting to the horizon, to the shifting void beyond. The multiverse is vast, its dangers unending. But for now, here, in this moment, wisdom has prevailed, and as long as even one guardian remains, it always will, for knowledge is eternal. The knight stirred the fire, sending sparks up into the windless air. His armor, ornate and burnished silver, bore the image of a dragon in mid-flight, its wings wide, its gaze forward. The flames caught in the polished steel, dancing across the symbol of his oath. They were not far now. As the fire settled into a steady blaze, the camp around him shimmered, a soft, pulsing aura, like the hush of a spell settling into the weave. Arcane energy coalesced, wrapping the space in quiet protection. The captain stood at its center. What had moments before been the figure of a tall, noble man, fair-skinned, silver-haired and solemn, now began to change. His form stretched and shifted, the magic parting around him like silk. Skin gave way to smooth, gleaming scale. A beard of fine chin spikes descended from a regal jaw. A tall, spiny frill unfurled above his head like a crown. Finally, as the glow receded, 2 orbs of pure mercury opened, calm, ancient, and wise. A silver dragon, one of the shield bearers, guardians of justice, protectors of mortal kind. He spoke with a quiet certainty, the camp sealed within a private sanctum of his making. "Just so," he said. "A quiet night, and then we march." Around him sat his companions, the knight now robed in ceremonial finery, a keen-eyed elven wizard, and a watchful hound dozing at the fire. Friends, allies, chosen not just for skill, but for loyalty. The knight, after some silence, asked a question seldom voiced. "My lord, why do your kind take such interest in our affairs? Would you not aspire to something greater, some higher purpose than meddling in mortal wars?" The dragon's voice rumbled softly, not in offense, but reflection. "Some do, but we, the Silver, we value self-determination, justice, and righteousness. These are not mortal ideals alone, they are truths that echo across realms. We act only when the cause is worthy, and when it must be tempered with wisdom." He turned his gaze to the fire. "Let me tell you of Argynvost. In the dark land of Barovia, where mists coil like serpents, and the sun is but a memory, there once stood a noble bastion. Lord Argynvost, an elder silver dragon, came to this valley not for conquest, but to guard it from a great and terrible evil buried deep within. He had learned of a power trapped beneath the earth, an ancient darkness that must never be allowed to rise. With his wealth and wisdom, he founded a fortress, Argynvostholt, upon a high ridge overlooking the valley. Alone at first, and then joined by knights and champions of great heart, he built a mansion of stone and silver, turrets capped in fairy tale spires, sculpted battlements, a central tower, gleaming with alchemical purity, and at the front, perched atop a great granite plin, a statue carved in Argynvost's own image, its wings folded, its gaze eternal. At dawn, it shimmered like a beacon upon the mountain. Thus was born the Order of the Silver Dragon, protectors of Barovia and its people. Its knights were brave, its mission secret, for few knew their patron was no mortal lord, but a dragon in disguise. But the peace would not last. From the east came Strahd von Zarovich, already twisted by his own hubris and hunger. His castle, Ravenloft, cast a long shadow across the valley, and his ambitions soon turned to domination. At first, the battles were swift and fierce. Strahd's vampire spawn surged through the forests, only to be met by silver steel and radiant breath. Argynvost and his knights defended village after village, holding back the tide, but it was on the old Svalich road that history would remember them. There, beneath grey skies and wind-swept trees, Argynvost led the full strength of his order to face the vampire lord. Dozens of knights stood shoulder to shoulder, blades gleaming, banners snapping in the wind. Arcane sigils flared. Dragon-scale armor caught the stormlight. From the mist emerged Strahd's host, a legion of spawn, undead warriors, and shadowed beasts, their eyes glowing with hunger. At their center, the vampire himself, mounted on a nightmare steed, sword drawn. The clash was terrible. Lightning cracked overhead as steel met fang. Arcane blasts lit the trees with fire. The silver dragon descended from above with a roar that shook the mountains, scattering undead with frost and fury. Strahd met him in the skies, blade against claw, magic against might. For hours they fought, dragon and dreadlord, locked in a duel that would scar the land. It began just before dusk. A hush settled over the pine-choked hills flanking the old Svalich road, as if the land itself were holding its breath. Clouds rolled heavy and low, pressing against the peaks, and the wind carried a chill that whispered of death. At the center of the pass, a host of silver and steel stood waiting. The Order of the Silver Dragon, fully assembled. Knights resplendent in polished armor etched with draconic filigree. Banners fluttered behind them, argent on blue, the sigil of Argynvost soaring across the fabric. Clerics murmured prayers, their holy symbols glowing with soft radiance. Mages traced protective glyphs in the air, their voices harmonizing in the ancient tongue of the weave. And above them, perched on a crag of stone, stood Argynvost himself. Massive, majestic. Every inch of him a creature wrought from living silver. His wings furled slightly, tail wrapped around the granite like a sentinel's chain. His eyes scanned the valley below, calm, calculating, as the first sounds of Strahd's army emerged from the mist. It began with silence. Then came the drums, low, distant, like the pounding of some monstrous, unseen heart. Shadows stirred between the trees, dozens, then hundreds. Figures wrapped in armor dulled by rot, eyes aglow with vampiric hunger. Vampire spawn, ghouls, undead knights, creatures twisted by Strahd's will. They spilled from the tree line like a black tide, fangs bared, blades drawn, and at their head, cloaked in shadow and contempt, Strahd von Zarovich. Astride his infernal steed, its hooves trailing flame, the Dreadlord's crimson eyes locked on Argynvost. He raised a hand, signaling the charge. The forest erupted in motion. What followed was chaos. A maelstrom of steel and claw and spellfire. The front lines crashed with a terrible sound, steel clanging against bone and fang, war cries drowned beneath screams. The knights held firm, their formations precise, their strikes radiant. Every blow fell with purpose. Shields locked, pikes drove deep. Silver-tipped arrows arced through the air, felling abominations mid-lunge. From above, Argynvost descended. A roar split the sky, not of rage, but of righteousness. He swept across the battlefield like a living tempest. His breath weapons surged in a cone of freezing mist, locking Strahd's ghouls in jagged ice. His claws raked the earth, scattering legions like dry leaves. The light of his aura burned like the dawn itself, breaking enchantments, bolstering the living, and casting down the cursed. Strahd rose to meet him. Their duel was titanic, a clash of legacies, of ideologies. Strahd moved with supernatural grace, his dark sword crackling with necrotic energy. He struck with fury, but Argynvost met each blow with ancient strength and the wisdom of ages. Their fight carried them from earth to air and back again, carving ruin through the forest, shattering trees, cratering stone. Below, the Order pressed on. The elven mage unleashed torrents of flame upon undead lines. Clerics called upon divine power to banish Strahd's horrors. The Hound, faithful and savage, tore through the ranks at his knight's side, guarding the wounded and holding the flanks. Still, the Order was being pushed to its limit. Then came the turning. Argynvost, grievously wounded but unbowed, let loose a final, thunderous roar, a rallying cry. The knights surged forward. The weave flared around them. A renewed charge shattered the vampire lines, sending spawn fleeing into the mist. Strahd, bloodied but smiling, turned his gaze to Argynvost once more. "You win this day, old worm," he said, his voice curling through the smoke. "But Barovia is mine. The dark is patient." And then, with the howl of wolves and the screech of ravens, he vanished, retreating into the folds of his mists. The road was silent once more. Bodies littered the mud and stone. The dead, both righteous and damned, marked the land. The victory was real. but so was the cost. The Order had held the line. Barovia had seen a glimpse of freedom, but the storm had not passed, only paused. At last, wounded and driven back, Strahd vanished into the mist, his forces in retreat. But before the silence could settle, his voice echoed through the trees. Argynvost watched the horizon as the mists returned, knowing this battle was not the end, only the beginning. A promise had been made, and evil, when beaten, often returns. Before kingdoms, before even the gods laid claim to the heavens, in the beginning, there was Io, the first dragon. He who forged all dragonkind from the raw elements of creation. But when Io fell, his children warred amongst themselves. Before Toril, there was Bahamut, the platinum dragon, noble and just, and Tiamat, the five-headed queen of greed and tyranny. They worked to shape the material plane, and for a time, there was harmony. Like all true dragons, silver dragons trace their lineage back to the dawn of creation, when the first dragons were forged by divine hands. Most legends claim it was from Bahamut that the silver dragons were born, his most virtuous and friendly children. Some sages tell of the platinum dragon taking to the astral sea, sculpting the first silver dragon from an emergent white dwarf star and balanced with the most perfect of his silver scales. Others may say they emerged from the scales of Io himself, perfection made manifest. Irrespective of this, silver dragons are the beacon around which action takes place, a rallying cry to those who are beset by the evils and horrors of the multiverse, and when they roar, the stars beckon. When the moonlight glints upon their wings and the scent of distant rain whispers through the pines, know this: a silver dragon passes, and where it goes, so too travels mercy and wrath. Elarion the Whitequill, arch-scribe of Candlekeep. In the annals of the wise and the chronicles of the just, there are few beings held in higher esteem than the silver dragon. Among the noble metallics, it is the silver who walks most freely among mortals, cloaking its majesty in humble form and weaving itself into the lives of those it deems worthy. Their presence, though often unnoticed, has shaped the course of mortal history more times than most will ever know. To encounter a silver dragon is to witness both serenity and storm, for beneath their calm demeanor lies a spirit forged in righteousness and tempered by mercy. They are sculpted as if from moonlight and metal, their forms regal, their eyes wells of ancient memory. They do not crave power nor dominion, but instead hold fast to a higher calling, one rooted in the preservation of good, the defense of the innocent, and the quiet cultivation of harmony in a world too often torn by strife. Of all the metallic dragons whose wings shadow the earth, or whose forms lie coiled in ancient sanctuaries of stone and mist, none hold so cherished a place among mortals and myth as the silver dragon. Revered for their nobility, sought for their wisdom, and loved for their compassion, silver dragons are celestial sentinels who stride the balance between justice and mercy, drawn as much to the warmth of kinship as they are to the pursuit of righteousness. In aspect, a silver dragon is a living sculpture of divine craftsmanship. From snout to tail, its form shimmers as though hewn from argent ore, its surface glinting like polished metal under the sun. In the early stages of life, a wormling's hide bears the hues of blue-grey cloud steel, adorned with streaks of silver like early frost upon stone. As the decades stretch into centuries, their color brightens, their scales grow indistinct, and they take on the gleaming semblance of a statue animated by breath and soul. In the twilight of age, even their eyes undergo transformation, pupils fading into mercury orbs, unreadable yet unnervingly watchful. Their visage is regal, bearing the marks of ancient dignity. A smooth plate crowns their brow, interrupted only by a pair of sweeping horns, smooth, glimmering, and dark-tipped, that arc from their skull like obsidian blades. Beneath the chin stretches a set of sweeping spikes, forming what many sages refer to as the draconic goatee, lending an air of age and wisdom even to the young. Upon the head and trailing down the spine lies a towering frill, rising higher than any known among chromatic or metallic kin. This frill is braced by long, dark-tipped spines, a proud crest that ripples when the dragon moves or takes flight. Ear frills, lined with spines of similar design, lend a feathered grace to the head, while a beak-like snout and pointed tongue complete their distinctly noble silhouette. A faint scent of rain heralds their presence, never overpowering, but always present, like the memory of a storm long past. From the skies, the silhouette of a silver dragon often betrays a curious deception. It resembles a red dragon in flight. Both possess broad wings with their greatest width along the trailing edge, and wing membranes that anchor behind the rear limbs and trail well down the tail. Darker markings trace the rear edges of the wings, just as they do with reds, and their horned crowns can cause wary watchers to mistake them for their malevolent cousins. However, a singular trait reveals their true identity: a secondary, thumb-like phalange along the leading edge of each wing, a feature absent in the chromatic line. As with all true dragons, the silver breed commands fearsome might, but theirs is the frost-born power of the high places, cold and pure. They are endowed with two breath weapons. The first, a cone of numbing cold, capable of halting armies and extinguishing fire and fury alike. The second, a cloud of paralyzing vapor, intended not to slay, but to neutralize foes without ending lives. This duality of destruction and restraint mirrors their inner creed. Yet it is not brawn alone that elevates them. Silver dragons are prodigies of magic. Their spells are laced with ice and truth, storms of freezing wind, enchantments that immobilize, and magic that pierces deception like moonlight through mist. Their greatest strength may lie in their ability to alter form, stepping between draconic majesty and humanoid guise with practiced ease. Many an old man offering wise counsel, or a striking stranger with silver eyes, has turned out to be one of these ancient souls in disguise. Their moral compass is not born of law or tradition, but of introspection and lived wisdom. Silver dragons believe in a life spent doing good without causing undue harm. They do not intervene hastily, but should inaction allow evil to prosper, their claws and breath will fall like divine judgment. They despise cruelty and injustice, but do not seek to punish evil. Rather, they shield the innocent and let that protection be the sword by which wickedness is cut down. Though proud, silver dragons reject rigid hierarchies. Their superiority, undeniable though it is a matter of burden, not boast. They reflect often and deeply, and in this they are prone to a perilous trait, letting the moments of the world slip past, caught in the trap of their immense lifespans. To them, mortals are wondrous, not because of what they lack, but because of how fiercely they strive. Silver dragons admire this fleeting vitality, and often seek to blend their perspective with the passion of shorter-lived races, believing it to be a wisdom most of their kind have overlooked. Of all their kin, silver dragons are the most gregarious. They revel in the company of their own kind, yet form deep, loyal bonds with humanoids. Many walk among mortals in disguise for decades or even centuries. Whether as wandering sages, gentle elders, or mysterious travelers, they weave themselves into the lives of men and elves, often forming friendships so profound that they bind themselves not only to a person, but to entire bloodlines. To those they trust, a silver dragon reveals their true form without shame, discarding disguise, like an old cloak to stand fully in the light of kinship. They make their lairs in mountain peaks, ancient ruins, or forgotten sanctuaries, but spend equal time in mortal realms. The call of family, horde, and mate draws them back to their draconic lives periodically, but many return only to find that friends have aged or died, leaving behind memories and, often, a new generation to cherish. Silver dragons gather not in rigid conclaves, but in loose, sprawling clans, each presided over by a senior, a matriarch or patriarch of great age and wisdom. These clans may span entire continents, and while decades may pass between meetings, the bonds between them remain strong. A silver dragon may travel alone, but they are never truly without kin. The clan advises, protects, and listens, bound not by blood alone, but by shared ideals and ancient trust. Courtship is, fittingly, a refined and decorous affair. Dragons of the Silver Line seek mates beyond their own clan, with either party free to initiate. Upon agreement, they request the ceremonial blessing of both seniors, a tradition more honored than contested. While many mate for life, some do not, and when a pair unites, one, typically the younger or lower status dragon, will join the mate's clan, honoring a union of clans as well as hearts. Though they walk the world in peace and prefer diplomacy and defense, silver dragons are not pacifists. When true evil stirs, they are among the first to seek its root and burn it out, for they know that mercy without resolve invites ruin. In such moments, the silver dragon is a blade of winter and starlight, descending upon darkness with righteous fury. Silver dragons, ethereal and majestic, make their homes high in the heavens, nestled upon the frostbitten peaks of desolate mountains. While some may settle within natural caverns or abandoned mines, it is the ancient ruins of lost civilizations that truly capture their hearts. A citadel, forgotten atop a remote mountaintop, or a long-dormant tower, once raised by a wizard of great power, serves as the most coveted of their lairs. The land surrounding a silver dragon's domain is twisted by the dragon's intimate connection to the weave, the very fabric of magic itself. Through their potent influence, they can manipulate the weather, causing the winds to catch those of pure heart, gently lifting them from dangerous heights and ensuring their safety. These winds, untainted by malice, may even cushion the fall of any innocent soul. Within their domain, a silver dragon is capable of conjuring clouds and mists, shaping them into fortifications as solid as any stone structure. Their lairs, crafted from these clouds, often include enchanted areas, a solid floor where eggs may rest and treasure may be hoarded in secrecy. The air within this sacred realm is perpetually chilled by the dragon's magic, freezing any who wander unprotected, or those whom the dragon has not deemed worthy of shelter. Silver dragons hold a profound reverence for relics from humanoid history. Their hoards are vast and diverse, often filled with glittering coins from fallen empires, masterpieces of art, and fine jewelry created by a multitude of mortal races. But their treasures are not merely material. These dragons seek items that tell stories, the artifacts and remnants of civilizations long past. They treasure the intact hulls of ships, the skeletal remains of ancient kings and queens, thrones of lost monarchs, and the crown jewels of forgotten empires. They are drawn to the inventions and monolithic remnants of cities that no longer stand, relics of both grandeur and ruin. Above all, silver dragons cherish those treasures that allow them to remain ever in touch with the world of humanoids. Items of exceptional craftsmanship, works of art and utility that reflect the skill and ingenuity of mortals are especially prized. The beauty and mastery within these treasures speak to the silver dragon's love of both history and the art of creation. solidifying their place as guardians and collectors of the world's most precious artifacts. To witness the silver dragon's growth is to watch the dance of the stars themselves, gradual, awe-inspiring, and touched with the wisdom of eons. From the moment the first breath enters their lungs, the wormling is bound to a fate woven in silver threads, destined to become a warden of both time and truth. Their journey is not one of mere survival, but a sacred odyssey toward enlightenment, justice, and the preservation of all that is good in the multiverse. In the great weave of history, few threads are as shining as those of the silver dragon, for their lives unfold as a saga of grace and purpose, stretching across centuries and shaping the very fabric of the worlds they protect. From the moment a silver dragon hatches, its path is guided by the light of wisdom and the shadow of duty. The wormling's existence is a beginning that echoes through the ages, their wings and breath a promise of the greatness to come. Through trials, teachings, and triumphs, they evolve from fledgling to force of nature, leaving behind whispers of their passage in the hearts of mortals and the myths of gods. This is the journey of the silver dragon, an eternal tale of growing power, unwavering conviction, and a heart ever drawn toward the preservation of peace and righteousness. In the earliest moments of their existence, silver dragon wormlings find themselves beneath the care of one or more elders, mentors whose wisdom stretches across the centuries. These early years are a time of profound learning, for within the young hearts of these wormlings, the weight of the world's past is impressed. They are taught not only the arts of their own draconic nature, how to command the winds, breathe the cold, and take flight, but also the deeper knowledge of ages long past, the echoes of ancient civilizations, their glory and their fall are woven into the wormling's thoughts. It is through these lessons that they come to understand the delicate balance of the world, learning both from triumph and tragedy. In these formative years, wormlings are drawn toward the humble life of mortals, perhaps seen near remote villages or unassuming farms. Their innate sense of duty compels them to protect those in need, to shield the innocent from shadows that creep close. Here, their gifts, small though they are in comparison to the elder dragons, begin to take shape. They test their wings and their breath, learning the fine art of control over their paralyzing frost. It is in these early flights, when the world is still a vast and uncertain place, that silver wormlings grasp for something greater than themselves, a yearning for peace, for the preservation of greatness. They are taught the noblest of virtues, and though their hearts may lead them into danger, it is their courage that propels them forward. Their nascent powers, tempered by their wisdom, are as much a shield for their own survival as they are a boon to those they seek to protect. As the years pass and the wormling matures into its first century, the young silver dragon grows in both strength and stature, bound by unbreakable ties to the great dragons who came before. They often find themselves in service to the aged and wise, or in the company of legendary heroes whose ambitions burn as brightly as their own. It is a time of great learning and ambition, where the dragon, still young, begins to take its place in the tapestry of the world. The dragon's breath grows more powerful, and their wings more sure. They may take on roles as emissaries for good, spreading messages of hope and justice. Their lairs, though still taking shape, reflect their burgeoning power, some formed in the clouds above, others in the long-forgotten ruins of fallen kingdoms. Their fascination with history deepens, for they are drawn to the artifacts and remnants of long-dead empires, seeking to uncover the lost secrets of mortal ingenuity. Young silver dragons are driven by a fierce desire to preserve what has been lost, and in doing so, they bring both structure and magnificence to the mortal realms they touch. In the fullness of time, as they reach adulthood, silver dragons step forward as true, guardians of the world. Their presence is more than that of a mere protector. They are the unseen architects of justice, supporting those who champion noble causes without ever seeking the spotlight themselves. They guide and inspire the rise of great institutions, be they schools of knowledge, leagues of knights, or festivals that honor the virtues of unity and good. Their influence grows and their understanding of the world deepens, for their hearts are forever bound to the forces of righteousness. In this stage, silver dragons are not only mighty in form, but wielders of powerful magic. Their control over their icy breath and the winds of fate grows to legendary proportions. It is not unheard of for an adult silver dragon to claim vast territories, often stretching across continents, their lairs perched in the most unreachable places, towering peaks or clouds that drift among the heavens. In these realms, the very weather bends to their will, a sign of their dominion and a warning to those who would bring harm to the innocent. Upon achieving their ancient years, silver dragons transcend their mortal understanding. They become figures of myth, revered not only by the mortal realms, but by forces across the planes themselves. With centuries of experience, they set their sights on world-changing endeavors, urging others to strive for greatness and ensuring that those worthy of legend rise to meet their destiny. Some choose to extend their influence across the planes, forging alliances with extraplanar beings or combating threats that span the multiverse. In doing so, their influence becomes a thread woven through the very fabric of existence. Unlike their more reclusive kin, the gold dragons, the silver dragons take to the front lines, their formidable might, and their unwavering sense of justice, guiding them through the fiercest of battles. They are the shining beacons in a world often clouded by shadows, rallying forces far and wide in the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In their final years, the ancient silver dragon is both a legend and a force of nature, a being whose wisdom and power can shape the course of ages. With the chill of winter in their breath and the fury of the storm in their wings, they become a symbol of righteousness that none may ignore. Their strength and their resolve know no bounds, and in their wake they leave only peace, tempered by the cold fire of justice. To encounter the silver dragon in battle is to witness a creature that bears both the wisdom of the ages and the weight of a noble heart. With every movement, they embody restraint and mercy, and their strikes are tempered by a desire for peace. When the winds of conflict blow, silver dragons step forward, not with the thirst for destruction, but with a resolve to protect and preserve. They wield their power with grace, seeking to end conflict swiftly and decisively, leaving their enemies with a chance to retreat, repent, or face the chill of the worm's wrath. In battle, the silver dragon is a creature of restraint, preferring to avoid conflict unless it is absolutely necessary. Their noble hearts guide them to seek peaceful resolution, turning to combat only when confronted by evil or aggressive forces that threaten the balance of good. Rarely do they engage in violence for its own sake, and when they do, they strive to bring the conflict to a swift conclusion, often relying on their magical prowess to subdue their opponents without causing undue harm. When forced to fight, silver dragons favor the use of their spells, casting enchantments and control magic to swiftly neutralize threats while avoiding unnecessary bloodshed. In their true draconic form, silver dragons take to the skies with grace, using the clouds to cloak their movements. With their innate cloud-walking abilities, they glide above the fray, often making their foes struggle to even see them. It is in the skies that silver dragons hold the greatest advantage, their wings cutting through the air like the wind itself, and their breath a chilling weapon that freezes the resolve of their enemies. When battling, silver dragons instinctively target the leaders or the most aggressive opponents first, seeking to break the morale of their adversaries by eliminating their strongest foes. In this way, they hope to force the remaining enemies to surrender or retreat, sparing lives where possible and preserving the sanctity of peace. However, not all enemies of the Silver Dragon are easily swayed, and perhaps no foes are more relentless in their pursuit of conflict than the Red Dragons. The animosity between these two breeds of dragon is legendary, fueled not only by territorial disputes, but also by their diametrically opposed philosophies. While the Silver Dragons champion restraint, order, and mercy, the Red Dragons revel in chaos, destruction, and the burning of all in their path. These clashes are furious and violent, with each dragon fighting for their own ideals. Yet, despite the ferocity of these duels, Silver Dragons often emerge victorious. Their strength, wisdom, and ability to unite with humanoid allies or trusted companions gives them the edge, turning the tide in their favor and ensuring that justice prevails over the Red Dragon's destructive wrath. The fire crackled one final time, sending a brief shower of sparks into the windless night as the knight's questions hung heavy in the air. The Silver Dragon, seated amongst them, his form cloaked in a subtle aura of arcane energy, gazed into the flames. His eyes, ancient and deep as the skies, held the weight of lifetimes. A soft hum of magic swirled through the air, the arcane protection he had woven around them still humming, though the night was far from silent. His eyes turned toward the east, where the first light of dawn would soon break across the horizon. A distant glimmer caught his eye, something familiar. He allowed the silence to linger as his companions leaned in, the stillness broken only by the gentle crackling of the fire. "Let me tell you of the final battle," the dragon said, his voice low, yet filled with the timeless strength of 1,000 lifetimes. Argynvost and his order fought valiantly, holding the line against Strahd and his vampire spawn. In the halls of Argynvostholt, the final clash took place, where steel met fang and fate was sealed. The scene unfurled in the minds of his listeners like an ancient tapestry, the echoes of a tragic, yet triumphant past, coming to life with every word. The battle was fierce and unforgiving. The Knights of the Order of the Silver Dragon stood shoulder to shoulder, their swords gleaming with righteous light, their shields steadfast against the encroaching darkness. At their heart, Argynvost, the noble dragon, faced the Dreadlord Strahd himself. The Vampire Lord, his crimson eyes glowing with malice, stood tall amidst his cursed spawn, each one twisted and hungry for the souls of the living. Argynvost, resplendent in his draconic form, led his knights into the fray with a roar that shook the very walls of the citadel. His breath, a freezing mist of purity, turned the vampire spawn to ice, scattering them across the halls of his fortress. But even the dragon's mighty claws and powerful spells were no match for Strahd's dark magic. The battle waged for hours, the audience hall of Argynvostholt, becoming a battleground of radiant light and shadowed fury. The knights fought valiantly, but they were not enough. Strahd, with his endless power and insidious cunning, found a way to strike down Argynvost. The final blow came not from a blade of silver, but from the shadowed grip of fate itself. With a dark incantation and the force of centuries of malice, Strahd drove his blade into Argynvost's heart, ending the dragon's life and shattering the bonds of the Order. The dragon's roar, filled with agony and defiance, echoed through the halls as he fell. Argynvost's skull was taken to Ravenloft, the twisted fortress of Strahd, a symbol of the Vampire Lord's victory. The noble dragon's body lay desecrated in the halls of Argynvostholt, his knights slain beside him. But even in death, Argynvost's influence would not fade. The dragon's gaze, sharp and full of ancient wisdom, turned once more to his companions. His voice soft, but resolute. But it was not the end. Strahd may have claimed victory in that moment, but his victory was hollow. For the power of companionship is far greater than that of a solitary ruler. The bonds of fellowship, the loyalty and courage of those who stand together, are more powerful than any weapon, any dark magic. The dragon's voice carried the weight of truth as his eyes scanned the horizon. His gaze softened, and for the briefest of moments, a glimmer of silver light danced in the distance, just beyond the rising mists. "There," he said quietly. "Look." The companions turned, their eyes tracing his gaze as they looked eastward. At first, it was only a faint glimmer, an almost imperceptible shimmer at the edge of the horizon, like the last flicker of starlight before the dawn. But as they focused, it grew, expanding, swelling, until the shape became undeniable. A tower, a fortress, Argynvostholt. The companions turned to the east, where the shimmering tower of Argynvostholt stood resplendent in the morning light, its once broken spires now restored. The pale glow of dawn reflected off the shimmering fortress. The dragon, the banner of the Order of the Silver Dragon, perched at the summit, like a silent sentinel. The fortress, now a place of peace, stood as a beacon of hope in a land once lost to darkness. The shimmering light surrounded them, and a sudden pull, the force of something ancient and potent, gripped their very souls. Before they could fully comprehend what was happening, the world around them seemed to unravel, the magic swirling like mist, winding tighter and tighter, and then they were no longer by the fire. They stood at the entrance to the grand mansion, the towering gates of Argynvostholt looming before them. The ground beneath their feet was no longer soft earth, but the cold, grey stone of the fortress. The air carried the faint scent of pine and earth. The dragon's voice resonated once more, now filled with quiet pride and the weight of 1,000 years. The true power of the silver dragons was never in their might, nor in their wings. It was in their ability to inspire loyalty, to bind souls together in a common cause. They were the guardians of justice, not by force alone, but by the bonds they forged with those who shared their vision of a world free from darkness. The companions could feel it then, the power of their fellowship, the unity of purpose that had drawn them together in this moment. It was a bond forged in the heart of the battle, in the unspoken understanding that together they could stand against the darkness and bring light where there was none. "It is you, my lord, Argynvost." But how? And there, in the halls of Argynvostholt, stood the Revenants, Argynvost's most loyal knights, bound by their eternal duty, yet no longer driven by the thirst for vengeance. They had been freed by the hands of adventurers, the bonds of their undying loyalty finally broken. The Order had returned, though not in the form it once held, but as a symbol of the unbroken strength of fellowship. The dragon, now revealed to be none other than Argynvost himself, spoke once more, his voice filled with the resonance of the ages. "Good always triumphs over evil," he said, "not by strength alone, nor by power, but by the bonds we form, the bonds that unite us all. It is through those connections, through the fellowship of hearts and souls, that true victory is found. It is through this that my soul was rescued and cleaved once more to flesh." As the morning light bathed the camp in golden hues, the companions understood. The story of Argynvost was not just one of loss, but of hope, of redemption, and of the unyielding truth that in the end, the greatest power lies not in might or magic, but in the hearts of those who stand together in the face of darkness. And with that, the dragon spread his wings, his form gleaming in the rising sun, and they set forth, together, into the dawn of a new day. for in good there is hope, and is thus never truly beaten. Eons before the jungles of Chult echoed with the whispers of the undead, and before the name Arta Simba was spoken in reverent tones in every tavern from Neverwinter to Calimport, the Sea of Swords groaned beneath the weight of a titanic beast. Aramag, the venerable dragon turtle, had ruled the warm waters north of Chult for centuries. His shell the colour of storm-worn bronze, his eyes molten orbs, until one turned milky from a wound that never healed. To the sailors who dared chart the southern trade routes, Aramag was legend. He was a tollkeeper of the deep. His dominions stretched from the bustling ports of Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate to the wild, emerald coastlines of Chult. Ships that passed through his watery kingdom were expected to pay tribute, gold, food, or lives. In the dockward of Waterdeep, old sea dogs spoke his name with tight jaws and low voices. "Storms I can handle," one grizzled sailor told a greenhorn on a rain-slick pier. "But if ye see the sea steam on a clear day, turn back." That's Aramag. He don't give second chances. Aramag was unlike the other dragon turtles that prowled the tropics, creatures that took joy in crushing hulls and drowning sailors for sport. He ran his domain like a merchant prince with a cruel streak. Those who offered their tributes promptly, chests of treasure tossed overboard, or sacrificial prisoners adrift in longboats were allowed to pass. Those who resisted were punished with capsized decks and the red froth of reef shark frenzies. In Waterdeep's taverns, rumours of the dragon turtle turned into superstitions. "My cousin's sloop went down near Refuge Bay," a dockhand muttered over a pint at the yawning portal. "Had 10 gold bars in the hold for the old beast, but forgot to leave 'em above deck. Found one man washed ashore with no eyes and scorch marks down his back." Entire industries sprang up around the creature. Merchants hired Aramag clerks to catalogue tribute. Slavers found eager customers in desperate captains, and mapmakers marked an invisible line north of Chult, Aramag's Reach, where the water grew strangely warm and calm just before the carnage began. In 1362, DR, known as the Year of the Helm, the Refuge Bay Trading Company grew bold. Flush with coin and guarded by politics, they struck a bargain with Aramag, a monthly toll for unrestricted passage. And for a time, it worked. But Aramag's pride was not so easily tamed. When the Narwhal, a flagship under Captain Boar, entered his waters short of payment, the sea itself revolted. Aramag rose from the deep, trailing, boiling clouds behind his shell. Captain Boar offered gold, and even 10 of her own crew, claiming they had failed in their watch duties. But the dragon turtle's eye fixed instead upon one man aboard, Artus Simba. Aramag demanded Simba as part of the tribute. When the news reached Waterdeep weeks later, a hush fell over the wharves. "They tried to hand over Artus Simba," a startled fishmonger exclaimed. "You don't trade kingspawn for your own skin, not unless you want the gods to curse your bones." Simba refused the sacrifice. His guardian spirit, the frostbound warrior Skuld, descended like a wrathful fireball, casting down Captain Boar and hurling her into the sea. Then Simba unleashed a weapon of devastating arcane force, a gunstone imbued by Skuld. The blast tore through Aramag's shell and damaged his eye. 8 ballista bolts followed. One struck true, shattering the orb and forever blinding his left side. Aramag screamed and the sea boiled with his rage. He released a breath of scalding steam, melting iron and flesh alike, then vanished beneath the waves. But he did not perish. If anything, he returned stronger, angrier. The milky eye became his herald. sailors said he listened less now, that his patience was gone. He used to let us speak at least, a scarred navigator whispered to his crew as they passed Chalt's Bay. Now he don't wait for words, only tribute or fire. Even now, over a century later, when the sea grows still and heat rolls across the deck in unnatural waves, sailors clutch offerings and mutter half-remembered prayers. One for the tide, one for the beast, they chant, tossing coin and salted meat into the water. And in Waterdeep, dockside mothers still frighten their children into obedience with tales of a great turtle who swallows ships whole. The warm southern waters remain quiet, too quiet. When the wind dies and the waves go glassy, old sailors begin to hum broken songs to ward him off. A few scatter pearls into the sea. Others whisper prayers in a dozen languages. They say that Aramag knows who paid enough, that his senses reach through the salt and tide, sniffing out greed and cowardice. And when he rises, wreathed in boiling fog, eyes burning and breath hissing, there is no question. The southern sea is not free. It belongs to him. Dragon turtles are one of the most beautiful and feared creatures of the seas. With their deadly jaws and breath weapon and their penchant for capsizing ships, dragon turtles are dreaded by mariners on large bodies of water, both fresh and salt. When a dragon turtle surfaces, it is sometimes mistaken for the reflection of the sun or moon on the water. The turtle's rough, deep green shell is much the same color as the deep water the monster favors, and the silver highlights that line the shell are patterned like light dancing on open water. The turtle's legs and tail are that of a lighter green, and they are flecked with golden highlights. The coloration of the creature's head is similar to the legs connecting them. The shell can reach to 30 feet, with the expansion of the creature to over 40 feet from the snout to the top of its tail. These magnificent creatures are extremely solitary. Large, desolate sea caves and secret underground caverns that can be accessed only through bodies of water are their favorite lairs. These lairs are difficult to find, but according to scribes, adventurers seeking a dragon turtle will find its lair filled with treasures of all types, including gold, gems, and vast stores of consumed ships. Like true dragons, dragon turtles will collect treasure, first by sinking ships, and then by sifting through the wreckage for the coins and other precious items. The dragon will then swallow treasure for transport, then regurgitates it when it reaches its lair. Mating season is the only time others of their kind are welcome to their territory, though turtles of the same sex will generally fight to the death upon meeting. Mariners of any experience recognize the territorial claims of dragon turtles and will often make extravagant tributes to the turtle controlling areas necessary for safe and speedy trade. Dragon turtles are carnivorous and will eat almost any other creatures. This ranges from humans to other dragon turtles to satisfy their voracious appetite. Large fish are generally the desired food, and the turtles can often be found lurking in the weeds and muck at the bottom of a lake or sea, waiting for fish to pass. In particularly poor years for fish, dragon turtles have been known to use their breath weapon to kill large groups of sea birds that stray too close to the water for food. Conflict often arises between dragon turtles and the many intelligent aquatic races, like the Locathah or mermen, because of competition for ideal space for lairs. Like many of their land-based chromatic relatives, they are considered treacherous and selfish by all creatures that share their domain. In some instances, bribery from other creatures takes place. A dragon turtle is smart enough to be bribed, and pirates sailing seas patrolled by these creatures quickly learn to offer them treasure in exchange for safe passage. Clever Sahuagin sometimes ally with dragon turtles, enticing them with treasure to use their blistering breath weapons in Sahuagin raids against ships and coastal settlements. Some recall the wonders of ages past or remarkable individuals that passed through their realms long ago. Such dragon turtles might be convinced to share their tales or provide guidance through their territories in exchange for treasures they've never glimpsed on the ocean floor. Dragon turtles sometimes find their way through sunken planar rifts to the elemental plane of water. Those monstrous specimens can often be found in the service of marids, which strap magnificent coral thrones to the backs of dragon turtles and ride them as mounts. Many famous bodies of water, which generally includes freshwater lakes, are the most common locations for dragon turtles. The Deep Wash is the largest freshwater lake between the Shining Sea and the Sea of Fallen Stars. Its clear, cold water teems with countless kinds of fish in sufficient quantity to feed most of Cirque without seriously depleting the supply. Drained by tributaries flowing the Cloven, Deep Wing, and Snowflake Mountains and from Impresque Lake, the Deep Wash is drained, in turn, by the Wintercloak River. The Deep Wash is the home of an immense dragon turtle, which is known only as the Dragon of the Deeps. Circaite fisherfolk regard death in the creature's jaws as an honor, though not one that they actively seek. Some sects within the city respect the Dragon of the Deeps to the point of worship and make periodic offerings to it, though the beast has never acknowledged such veneration in any way. The dragon turtle lairs in a famous flooded subterranean cavern system that winds its way deep beneath the spines of Cirque, opening into the lake several hundred feet below the surface. An ancient dragon turtle is a mythic creature akin to a great worm, combining the power of multiple echoes from across the worlds of the material plane. The mythic being is as large as an island more often than not, and indeed, many legends suggest that countless unwitting sailors wrecked at sea have mistaken slumbering dragon turtles for solid ground. Ancient dragon turtles might sleep for years or decades while floating along the surface of the ocean, enjoying the warmth of the sun and letting vegetation take root on their shells. An angry ancient dragon turtle is terrible to behold, radiating heat from the shell to boil the surrounding water and any creatures in it. And even if the enemy wears down the dragon turtle's defenses, magical storms manifest to shield the dragon turtle and strike at foes. A pale, white-bearded sage opens a newly polished tome, his eyes almost rolling back, with a tame tinge of disgust mixed with a slight smile. An excerpt from Volothamp's Guide to Monsters, 2nd edition, a most heated encounter, and a word on dragon turtles. By the inestimably travelled, profoundly insightful, and thoroughly modest Volothamp Gedam. Ah, dear reader, if your heart ever burns, as mine perpetually does, for adventure, intrigue, and the salty tang of sea air, then draw close, closer, for I shall regale you with a tale unlike any penned in the annals of scholarship, save perhaps those found in the more daring chapters of this very tome you now clutch. It was the season of storms, and I, Volothamp Gedam, humble chronicler of the realms and twice kissed by Temora herself, had taken leave of the tedious comforts of Neverwinter to chase a whisper, a ripple in the tide, of a scaled sovereign said to haunt the southern waters beyond the jungles of Chult. Now, one might think the words dragon and turtle, an unlikely pairing, one evoking fire and flight, the other ponderous plodding and soup. But let me assure you, there is naught soupy about a dragon turtle. Nay, these beasts are draconic titans of the deep, their shells the size of keeps, their breath a scalding tempest of steam that could blanch the beard from a dwarf's face at 20 paces. Their golden crested heads rise like breaching islands, and their taloned flippers could scuttle a caravel with one contemptuous slap. I had chartered passage aboard the Wave Mistress, a ship captained by the infamous Scourge of the Shining Sea, a halfling woman named Brayla the Black-Eyed, a charming scoundrel. we shared a delightful game of cards, which I nearly won. Our mission was to reach the Thalembar, a lake curiously briny for its inland position and curiouser still for what lurked beneath it. You see, in 1371 DR, one Brazal Kos, a red wizard of Thay with more ambition than sense, succeeded in enslaving several dragon turtles with magic of dubious ethicality and no small amount of arcane fire. I personally witnessed the aftershock of this calamity. Oh yes. The lake teemed with would-be fishermen turned dragon bait, festooned in curious nets and absurdly large hooks. They were brave, foolish, and entirely unequipped for the pyretic wrath of an awakened shell lord. I recall one lad, a wide-eyed Rashimi youth named Mirov, who proudly declared he would drag a dragon turtle from the depths with his grandpappy's harpoon. The creature, in turn, answered with a bellowing blast of steam that turned his vessel into a floating sauna. Mirov survived, barely, and now runs an excellent bathhouse in Bezantur. Mention my name for a discount. And yet, despite the carnage and chaos, Thayan hunters persisted. Why? The shells, dear reader. Dragon turtle shells are treasures unto themselves. Armourers seek them for their unparalleled strength and resistance to heat. Mages covet them for spellwork. Artisans carve them into furniture, talismans, even the occasional extravagant privy. One eccentric noble in Amn had his ballroom tiled in polished plastron. Disgusting, yet somehow tasteful. I must also report a curious rumour I uncovered in the vibrant port of Nyanzaru. It is whispered, hushedly, and always over rum, that the harbour master there pays tribute to a dragon turtle to keep other sea terrors at bay. A chest of coin, coral, and sweetmeats is sent floating on a raft, and lo, no Leviathan dares enter the bay. Superstition? Perhaps. But when one's docks remain unscathed, belief takes root, no matter how fantastical the gardener. A more scurrilous claim reached me through the bearded lips of a frost giant chieftain who swore, between swigs of fermented yak butter, that malted dragon turtle scales made for the finest exfoliant in all the realms. I, of course, declined his offer of a glacial back scrub, but I noted his unusually smooth shoulders with academic interest. So, remember this. Should you find yourself upon southern seas, or casting a hopeful net into Thalembar's glassy waters, when the tide roars and the waves hiss with unnatural steam, it is not the gods whispering, but the breath of a slumbering dragon turtle, dreaming of wrecked ships and golden tribute. And should you survive the encounter, do write to me. Volothamp Gedarm, your ever faithful guide in the monstrous and the magnificent. Editor's note, penned with great reluctance by Elminster of Shadowdale. The above account, as ever, is riddled with embellishment, suspect sourcing, and likely hallucination. Nonetheless, it may contain a pearl or two of truth, buried deeply in the sandbank of Volo's ego. Proceed with caution. The Sea of Swords is ancient, but it does not forget. In its deepest trenches and warmest currents, elder things still stir, creatures shaped by tides and tempests. Among them, dragon turtles are counted as the ocean's tyrants, massive, steam-breathing beasts crowned in barnacles and wisdom. Neither dragons nor turtles, they are elemental forces, hoarders of wealth, rulers of reefs, and heralds of ruin. Some sleep in volcanic trenches for centuries, dreaming in molten darkness. Others wander island chains, tearing apart ships for sport or vengeance. But a few claim kingdoms beneath the waves. Aramag is one such sovereign. He is not the largest of his kind, nor the cruelest. But what sets Aramag apart is purpose. While others destroy, Aramag demands. While others roar, he judges. Tribute is not just his hunger, It is his law. And when that law is broken, even fire and steel cannot hope to pierce his hide as the tide that is unstoppable and unrelenting. The tail of the narwhal did not break him. It tempered him, left him scarred, yes, but more cunning, more wrathful, and utterly without mercy. Now, ships sailing south toward Chult still watch the waves with dread, measuring their offerings and watching the mist. The blind eye is legend, the scalding steam a warning. For in the southern reaches of the Sea of Swords, where the water runs warm and treacherous, there is no sea god, no emperor of tide, only Aramag. And the sea, ever his throne, bears no king but him. Few figures inspire as much reverence, awe, and wonder as Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon. Known as the god of justice, protection, and honor, Bahamut embodies the purest ideals of goodness, wielding his immense power to shield the innocent and challenge evil wherever it lurks. But Bahamut does not stand alone in his divine crusade. He is the progenitor of the metallic dragons, majestic creatures who carry his light into the darkest corners of the cosmos. Together, they weave a tapestry of courage, compassion, and unyielding righteousness. Today, we delve into the lore of Bahamut and his shining children, exploring their origins, philosophies, and influence across the planes. Bahamut's origins are rooted in the very creation of the multiverse. In the distant past, when dragons were first shaped by the draconic gods, Bahamut was forged as a divine reflection of all that was good and noble. Alongside his counterpart Tiamat, the chromatic dragon, Bahamut arose as one of the most powerful beings in existence. Yet, where Tiamat pursued conquest and greed, Bahamut chose the path of virtue. He became a protector of the weak, a champion of justice, and a relentless foe of tyranny. Bahamut is often depicted as a massive platinum dragon, his scales shimmering like liquid silver. His aura is one of calm yet overwhelming power, said to bring peace to the righteous and fear to the wicked. In his divine form, Bahamut resides in the 7 heavens of Mount Celestia, often surrounded by a court of 7 ancient golden worms known as the 7 gold worms of justice. These worms act as his emissaries, carrying out his will across the plains. Bahamut is no ordinary dragon. His sheer size alone is staggering, towering far above even the mightiest ancient dragons. His scales, often described as resembling liquid platinum, radiate a soft glow that brightens any darkness. Legends say that looking upon him inspires both awe and humility, as his very presence exudes divine power. Bahamut's massive wings are like veils of light. When he flies, his wings leave shimmering trails of silver and gold in the air, and their span is so immense that they could envelop entire mountains. His eyes are pools of pure sapphire, capable of seeing into the hearts of mortals, detecting lies, and perceiving threats across vast distances. A crown-like crest of silver horns adorns his head, giving him an almost regal appearance. These horns hum with celestial energy, reflecting his divine nature. His long, sinuous tail ends in a sharp, blade-like tip, said to be capable of cutting through enchanted steel. Bahamut's primary weapon is his radiant breath, which deals immense damage to his enemies while leaving the innocent unharmed. This breath can obliterate legions of foes in a single exhale. When Bahamut takes to the battlefield, his very presence bolsters allies, granting them courage and strength while instilling fear and doubt in enemies. Unlike most dragons, Bahamut's powers extend beyond combat. He can heal grievous wounds, cure diseases, and even resurrect the fallen. His touch is said to mend broken hearts as well as broken bones. To interact with mortals, Bahamut often takes on a humanoid form, most famously as an old man accompanied by 7 canaries, which are actually his golden worm companions in disguise. Bahamut's philosophy is one of unwavering justice tempered by mercy. He teaches that the strong must use their power to protect the weak, and that true courage lies in standing against evil, even when the odds seem insurmountable. He despises cruelty, lies, and greed, and demands that his followers act with honor in all things. But Bahamut is not without compassion. He believes in redemption and offers even the wicked a chance to change their ways. In the mortal world, Bahamut's influence is often felt through his clergy, paladins, and chosen champions. These individuals, known as the Platinum Knights, dedicate their lives to upholding Bahamut's ideals, striving to create a world where justice and kindness prevail. Bahamut is stern and very disapproving of evil. He brooks no excuses for evil acts. In spite of this, he is among the most compassionate beings in the multiverse. He has limitless empathy for the downtrodden, the dispossessed, and the helpless. He urges his followers to promote the cause of good, but prefers to let beings fight their own battles when they can. To Bahamut, it is better to offer information, healing, or safe refuge, rather than to take others' burdens upon oneself. Clerics of Bahamut, be they dragons, half-dragons, or other beings, are attracted to Bahamut's philosophy. Strive to take constant but subtle action on behalf of good, intervening wherever they are needed, but trying to do as little harm as possible in the process. When the first dragons were born, a draconic pantheon came to be. This is where Bahamut came into existence within history. Many scribes debated whether the Platinum Dragon was in actuality a deity or not. Rumors were that he was the archetype of good dragonkind, the avatar of another deity, or even a dragon that had rose to godhood. In more common scribe records, he was the son of Asgorath and brother of Tiamat, the queen of dragons. Conflicting myths discuss that in fact, Bahamut and Tiamat were born when the sundered corpse of Io was ruptured during the Dawn War. Some scribes speculate that gold dragons believe he was once one of their kind, and his transcendence caused him to shed his golden form and become the Platinum Dragon. When the gods of the Outer Planes attacked during the First World Invasion, Bahamut resisted and opposed them, but was ultimately defeated after a ferocious struggle. When he recovered, he began to travel the material plane in an attempt to understand the differing gods of the other planes and their creations, while mourning Tiamat after she was imprisoned. After the destruction of this first world, Bahamut fled to Mount Celestia, where he resides to this day as one of the gods of that plane. A council of 7 ancient gold dragons comprised Bahamut's court. These were some of his closest friends. Each one of these 7 focused on an element of rulership. They took care of the matters when Bahamut's focus was needed elsewhere. The Council of 7 also were judges of creatures that had committed foul deeds. These evildoers were often brought before the court by his Platinum Knights, who had ascended to be his personal champions. The worms were rumored to be reincarnations of dead kings, who were brought back from death in order to serve the Platinum Dragon in matters of leadership and guidance. Bahamut, while in Tauril, or the material plane, took his form in the guise of an old man. His purpose was to guide would-be adventurers and downtrodden. During his time on the material plane, he would speak of tales with Tiamat and Bahamut to would-be listeners. One myth related among Dragonborn reveals an unusual reason for the enmity between the Platinum Dragon and the Queen of Dragons. Long, long ago, Io created his first children, intent on perfecting all aspects of dragons. His first child was a striking creation, full of all the perfect physical characteristics of dragonkind. Io named it Vorel, which means beautiful in Draconic. As it happened, Vorel had very limited intellect and discernment. Vorel was sweet-natured, bright-eyed, and eager to please, much as a friendly dog is with its master. Though it was flawed, Io loved this little dragon. Io found that one form was too limited to contain everything he wanted to include. So he made two, one male and one female, one good and one evil. Embodied in them were the passions and propensities of all dragons. These offspring were Bahamut and Tiamat. Instead of love and affection, immediate rivalry sprang up between the two. Their natures were too much at odds to allow them to feel affection or even respect for one another. Bahamut strove to gain his father's good regard through exemplary behavior, trying to be the noblest creation he could be. Tiamat, on the other hand, used cunning and caprice. After several failed schemes, in order to raise her above her brother in their father's affections. When one of Tiamat's schemes was discovered, it was found that she was to blame. When Io discerned the truth, he was grievously disappointed. He banished Tiamat from his presence. With this rejection, Tiamat's love for her father turned to hate. She decided to bring forth creatures of her own and became the creator of evil dragonkind. Bahamut felt driven to oppose his sister's evil and became the king of the good metallic dragons. In this way, Io lost his three children, one to death, one to evil, and one to good. As the platinum dragon, Bahamut is the progenitor of the metallic dragons, a lineage of noble and virtuous creatures. Each metallic dragon species reflects a different aspect of Bahamut's ideals, and together they serve as his emissaries and guardians in the mortal realm. The metallic dragons are Bahamut's children in both spirit and form, each species designed to reflect his ideals while possessing unique features and abilities. Metallic dragons seek to preserve and protect, viewing themselves as one powerful race among the many races that have a place in the world. Metallic dragons covet treasure, as do their evil, chromatic kin, but they aren't driven as much by greed in their pursuit of wealth. Rather, metallic dragons are driven to investigate and collect, taking unclaimed relics and storing them in their lairs. A metallic dragon's treasure hoard is filled with items that reflect its persona, tell its history, and preserve its memories. Metallic dragons also seek to protect other creatures from dangerous magic. As such, powerful magic items and even evil artifacts are sometimes secreted away in a metallic dragon's hoard. A metallic dragon can be persuaded to part with an item in its hoard for the greater good. However, if another creature's need for or right to the item is often unclear from the dragon's point of view, then they must be bribed or otherwise convinced. At some point in their long lives, metallic dragons gained the magical ability to assume the forms of humanoids and beasts. When a dragon learns how to disguise itself, it might immerse itself in other cultures for a time. Some dragons are too shy or paranoid to stray far from their lairs and their treasure hoards. Bolder dragons love to wander city streets in humanoid form, taking in the local culture and cuisine. Some metallic dragons prefer to stay as far away from civilization as possible so as to not attract enemies. However, this means that they are often far out of touch with current events. Metallic dragons have long memories, and they form opinions of humanoids based on previous contact with related humanoids. Good dragons can recognize humanoid bloodlines by smell, sniffing out each person they meet and remembering any relatives they have come into contact with over the years. The most gregarious of the true dragons, brass dragons crave conversation, sunlight and hot, dry climates. A brass dragon's head is defined by the broad protective plate that expands from its forehead and the spikes protruding from its chin. A frill runs the length of its neck, and its tapering wings extend down the length of its tail. As it ages, the dragon's scales begin to shine, eventually taking on a warm, burnished luster. A brass dragon engages in conversations with thousands of creatures throughout its long life, accumulating useful information, which it will gladly share for gifts of treasure. If an intelligent creature tries to leave the dragon's presence without engaging in conversation, the dragon follows it. A brass dragon is trusting of creatures that appear to enjoy conversation as much as it does, but it is smart enough to know when it is being manipulated. Brass dragons covet magic items that allow them to converse with interesting personalities. An intelligent telepathic weapon or a magic lamp with a djinn bound inside it are among the greatest treasures they may acquire. Brass dragons can emit a cone of gas that lulls enemies into a deep, magical slumber. This helps with trapping humanoids to have conversations with. Bronze dragons are the coastal dwellers of the metallic dragons. They feed primarily on aquatic plants and fish. They take the forms of friendly animals to observe other creatures of interest. They're also fascinated by warfare and eagerly join armies fighting for a just cause. A ribbed and fluted crest defines the shape of a bronze dragon's head. Curving horns extend out from the crest, echoed by spines on its lower jaw and chin. The pupils of a bronze dragon eyes fade as the dragon ages, until they resemble glowing green orbs. Bronze dragons love to watch ships traveling up and down the coastlines near their lairs, sometimes taking the forms of dolphins or seagulls to inspect those ships and their crews more closely. Bronze dragons actively oppose tyranny, and many bronze dragons yearn to test their mettle by putting their size and strength to good use. When a conflict unfolds near its lair, a bronze dragon commits to a cause it remains a staunch ally. Bronze dragons look near sunken ships and also collect colourful coral and pearls from the reefs and seabeds near their lairs. When a bronze dragon pledges to help an army wage war against tyranny, it usually asks for some sort of treasure in return. A bronze dragon might also lay claim to the potential treasure of the enemy when success is achieved. Their breath weapon is a bolt of pure lightning, capable of striking down enemies in a flash, and similar to blue dragons, causes complete disintegration of the target in most cases. Bronze dragons also have an innate ability to control water, summoning waves and storms to defend their territory. Copper dragons are incorrigible pranksters, joke tellers, and riddlers that live in hills and rocky uplands. Despite their gregarious and even tempered natures, they possess a covetous, miserly streak and can become dangerous when something goes awry. A copper dragon has brown plates jutting over its eyes, extending back to long horns that grow as a series of overlapping segments. Its back-swept cheek ridges and jaw frills give it a pensive look. A copper dragon's pupils fade with age, and the eyes of the oldest copper dragons resemble glowing turquoise orbs. A copper dragon appreciates a good joke, humorous story or riddle. Copper dragons are particularly fond of bards. A dragon might carve out part of its lair as a temporary abode for a bard willing to regale it with stories, riddles, and music. To a copper dragon, such companionship is a treasure to be coveted. When building its hoard, a copper dragon prefers treasures from the earth. Metals and precious stones are favorites of these creatures. If it knows that other creatures seek a specific item, it will send curious treasure hunters on a wild goose chase to search for the object from afar for its own pleasure. Copper dragons spew a corrosive acid that melts through armor and stone. Their presence can instill uncontrollable laughter, disarming foes with humor before striking. Copper dragons excel at scaling cliffs and rocky terrain, making their lairs nearly impossible to reach. The friendliest and most social of the metallic dragons, silver dragons cheerfully assist good creatures in need. A silver dragon shimmers as if sculpted from pure metal, its face given a noble cast by its high eyes and sweeping beard like chin spikes. Silver dragons are known for their beauty, kindness, and sociability. Their sleek, silvery scales glisten like ice under the sun, and their wing membranes resemble delicate frost patterns. Silver dragons have slender, aerodynamic forms designed for speed and agility. Their icy breath is as beautiful as it is deadly, creating crystalline patterns as it freezes their foes. As the dragon approaches adulthood, its color gradually brightens until its individual scales are barely visible. As a silver dragon grows older, its pupils fade until its eyes resemble orbs of mercury. Silver dragons believe that living a moral life involves doing good deeds and ensuring that one's actions cause no undeserved harm to other sentient beings. They don't take it upon themselves to root out evil, as gold and bronze dragons do, but they will gladly oppose creatures that dare to commit evil acts or harm the innocent. Silver dragons enjoy the company of other silver dragons. Their only true friendships outside their own kin arise in the company of humanoids, and many silver dragons spend as much time in humanoid form as they do in draconic form. A silver dragon adopts a benign humanoid persona, such as a kindly old sage or a young wanderer, and it often has mortal companions with whom it develops strong friendships. Silver dragons must step away from their humanoid lives on a regular basis, returning to their true forms to rear offspring or to tend to their hordes. Silver dragons befriend humanoids of all races, but shorter-lived races such as humans spark their curiosity in a way long-lived elves and dwarves don't. Humans have a drive and zest for life that silver dragons find fascinating. These great creatures love to possess relics of humanoid history. This includes great piles of coins they covet, minted by current and fallen humanoid empires. Silver dragons dwell among the clouds, making their lairs on secluded, cold mountain peaks. An abandoned mountaintop citadel, or a remote tower raised by a long-dead wizard, is the sort of lair that every silver dragon dreams of. In addition to their frost breath, they can unleash a paralyzing cone, incapacitating foes without causing harm. They possess innate healing abilities, often used to care for mortals they've sworn to protect. The most powerful and majestic of the metallic dragons are dedicated foes of evil. A gold dragon has a sagacious face, anointed with flexible spines that resemble whiskers. Its horns sweep back from its nose and brow, echoing twin frills that adorn its long neck. A gold dragon's sail-like wings start at its shoulders and trace down to the tip of its tail, letting it fly with a distinctive rippling motion as if swimming through the air. As a gold dragon ages, its pupils fade until its eyes resemble pools of molten gold. These dragons can eat just about anything, but their preferred diet consists of pearls and gems. Thankfully, a gold dragon doesn't need to gorge itself on such wealth to feel satisfied. Gifts of treasure that it can consume are well received, as long as they aren't bribes. Other metallic dragons respect the gold dragon for their wisdom and fairness, but they are the most aloof and grim of the metallic dragons. They value their privacy to the extent they rarely fraternize with other dragons, except their own mates and offspring. Rarely does a gold dragon in disguise reveal its true form. In the guise of a peddler, it might regularly visit a town to catch up on local gossip, patronize local businesses, and lend a helping hand in unseen ways. A gold dragon keeps its hoard in a well-guarded vault deep within its lair. Magical wards placed on the vault make it all but impossible to remove any treasures without the dragon's knowledge. Gold dragons make their homes in out-of-the-way places, where they can do as they please without fear. Most dwell near idyllic lakes and rivers, mist-shrouded islands, cave complexes hidden behind sparkling waterfalls, or ancient ruins. Gold dragons have a worldwide hierarchy with a single leader on top. The leader is elected by the whole species from the ranks of great gold worms and serves for life, or until he or she decides to resign. Many serve until the onset of their twilight. Others serve until they believe a successor can do a better job. The ruler's duties usually prove light because the position's authority rarely needs to be exercised. The ruler mostly serves as an advisor to individual gold dragons of their quests against evil. The last documented nominal ruler of gold dragons was Tamarand. Other gold dragons sought out his wisdom before embarking on their own quests, to ensure they weren't overlooking hidden consequences. Tamarand is thoughtful, decisive, and surprisingly friendly toward non-dragons. He has strong bonds with the storm giants of the Galena Mountains, and is a dedicated scholar of humanoid cultures, having seen firsthand just how powerful such creatures can be when properly organized. Gold dragons are great sages, and because of this they exhibit areas warped by their magic when their lairs are present. The dragon can assist or seek to resolve a conflict diplomatically if an evil band of soldiers is marching towards its lair. When a creature is asleep or nearby, the dragon can converse with it in its dreams. Gold dragons are not without mercy, but when their limit is reached, they are ferocious and deadly combatants. Gold dragons, when in combat, unleash torrents of intense, holy fire, incinerating evil while leaving innocents untouched. Gold dragons can detect the presence of evil within miles of their location, making them relentless hunters of malevolence. Those who earn a gold dragon's fury find a relentless enemy who will not rest until the utter and complete subjugation of the evildoer. Either by slaying or bringing the villain to justice, a gold dragon's only acceptable outcome is complete victory over evil. Bahamut's eternal struggle is with his dark counterpart, Tiamat, the Queen of Dragons. While Bahamut represents justice, Tiamat embodies greed, chaos, and domination. Their conflict is not just a clash of power, but a battle of ideologies. Order versus chaos, selflessness versus selfishness. Bahamut's metallic dragons, bronze, brass, copper, silver, and gold, stand in opposition to Tiamat's chromatic dragons. Their battles are the stuff of legends shaping the fate of entire worlds. Yet despite their enmity, Bahamut does not hate Tiamat. He sees her as a fallen sibling, corrupted by greed, and continues to hope that even she might one day be redeemed. Bahamut and his metallic dragons remind us of the power of courage, the importance of compassion, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In a world of endless adventure and peril, their legacy shines as a beacon of hope. So the next time you think of a dragon, remember, there's more to these majestic beings than scales and wings. They carry the ideals of gods and the weight of legends. If you have any ideas on mysteries you want us to focus on, then leave a comment. Thanks for Anauroch, the Great Sand Sea, once a bastion of the ancient Netherese, now only ruins, dunes, and wastes remain. The storm breaks with a deafening crack, and the sky is painted in jagged streaks of blinding blue. The ancient Netherese city's walls, once proud and unyielding, now bear the scars of battle. Now a bastion of the Zentarim, a rich prize, and one gleaming bright in the great sand sea. A blast strikes the gate, storm given form, lightning given form, wood and stone disintegrating, banners torn, the scent of ozone thick in the air. the Zentarim used to operating in the shadows, now brought to light. They scramble to form ranks, their shields reflecting the eerie glow of unnatural lightning. Their spears tremble, and the battle begins. The gate, an attached wall, explodes in a cascade of shattered wood and stone, the impact throwing the defenders from their posts. The ancient fortress yielding to the storm. From the breach they come, rank upon rank of warriors, clad in steel and flowing desert robes, surging forward like the unstoppable tide of the dunes. At their head, figures in crackling blue armor, emblazoned with a draconic emblem. Their eyes are light with zealous purpose, but all pale in comparison to the force that comes. A tempest looms above them, wings outstretched like a thundercloud given form. The eye of the storm. The antediluvian walls groan under its weight as it perches upon the remnants of a collapsed tower, its massive talons grinding ancient stone to dust. Its scales glisten, reflecting each bolt of lightning that dances across its form, power coursing through every inch of its massive frame. Its maw opens, revealing fangs like swords, and from deep within, a deafening roar echoes through the city, shaking foundations, rattling bones. This is no beast. This is the storm made flesh, the executioner of arrogance, the ruler of the wastes. Below, the Zentarim prepare their final defense. Silver ballistae turn skyward. Contemptible spellcasters raise their hands to conjure a riposte. Bolts of force and barriers of shimmering force arise in equal measure. The Sapphire One only watches, its gaze filled with something beyond destruction, contempt. It knows how this will end. The storm has already claimed this city. It simply hasn't finished breaking it yet. A final, world-shaking clap of thunder rolls through the heavens. The dragon rears back, lightning coiling around its horns. And then, with the force of the tempest itself, it exhales. A lance of pure lightning crashes down, annihilating all in its path. The conquest has begun. Before kingdoms, before even the gods laid claim to the heavens, in the beginning, there was Io, the first dragon. He who forged all dragonkind from the raw elements of creation. But when he fell, his children warred amongst themselves. In the age when the cosmos was yet young, and the clash between gods and primordials raged across creation, a being of unfathomable destruction emerged, the King of Terror. With power enough to destroy existence itself, this primordial force turned its wrath upon Io, the first dragon, the divine progenitor of dragonkind. In a cataclysmic battle that shook the very foundations of reality, Io stood alongside his children, defiant against the oncoming annihilation. Yet even the might of the Dragonfather could not withstand the raw chaos of the King of Terror. With a single, devastating strike, the Father was sundered, his divine essence scattering like embers upon the wind. From the remnants of his broken form, legend tells of a miraculous rebirth. Some say that from his two halves arose the great dragon gods, Bahamut, the platinum dragon, radiant in his justice, and Tiamat, the chromatic tyrant, seething with insatiable ambition. Others claim that these two deities had long existed, firstborn of creation, and that upon his death, they inherited the last remnants of his divine spark. Regardless of the truth, one thing is certain. His death did not mark the end of dragonkind, but the beginning of an eternal struggle. From that moment on, the dragons of the world would be divided, their destinies forever entwined in a battle between tyranny and justice, destruction and order. One remainder of Io's surviving dragon children threw in their lot with Tiamat, whose hatred of the world that killed her father colored her every deed and attracted dragons given to rapacity and suspicion, the chromatics. Today, as the evil deity of wealth, greed, and envy, she urges her followers to take vengeance for every slight. Most chromatic dragons follow this dictate. Thus, in the current era, the blue dragons crave power, subjugation, and a will to dominate. They seek to transform and create empires, domains to be feared by nations and the multiverse. Among the chromatic dragons, none wield intellect and ambition with the precision of the blue dragon. Cunning and imperious, they are not beasts of carnage, but sovereigns of the wastes, lords of the shifting sands, who shape the fate of all within their dominion. To them, rulership is not just a privilege, it is a birthright. There is no creature more arrogant than a blue dragon, nor one more willing to enforce its supremacy. To question its rule is to invite swift retribution, for no slight is forgotten, no challenge unanswered. They do not rage blindly as their red kin do, nor do they waste words like the silver weaklings of the north. Instead, they command, they dictate, and they expect obedience. Soaring high above the scorched dunes and sun-baked mesas, these dragons watch with calculating eyes, their wings casting ominous shadows upon the lands they claim as their own. The winds of the desert carry the distant crackle of electricity, a warning to all who would dare trespass. From the parched steppes to the jagged coasts, where storm-torn waves clash against rock, blue dragons reign unchallenged, guarding their realms with zealous vigilance. Even the audacious brass dragons, their hated rivals, dare not test their wrath without consequence. Unlike their crimson kin, whose fury burns uncontrolled, or their emerald counterparts, who revel in deception, the blue dragon tempers its brutality with foresight. Power is not solely the strength to destroy, but the wisdom to command. And so, they gather followers as others hoard gold, forging networks of vassals and agents, ensuring that their reach extends far beyond the horizon. Yet beneath their iron rule lies a mind sharpened by years of intrigue. From the moment they hatch, blue dragons are creatures of intellect. They delight in contests of wit, savouring the sting of a well-matched opponent almost as much as the taste of charred flesh. They are not born with the gift of telepathy, yet the power of the mind fascinates them, and they seek its mastery through cunning, study, and command. Lightning is their weapon, but knowledge is their arsenal. A blue dragon is a living tempest, its form sculpted by the raw fury of the skies. Its body is an elegant balance of brutal strength and aerodynamic grace, a predator honed by nature to rule the heavens. Its scales shimmer with an electric luster, shifting between polished cobalt and deep indigo, reflecting the relentless sun above the desert. With age, their brilliance only intensifies, becoming harder than steel and humming with barely contained energy. In moments of anger, when the storm within them rages, lightning crackles across their form, and the very air hums with impending wrath. Their heads are crowned with a singular jagged horn, a living lightning rod that channels the raw power of the storm. It juts forth from their skulls in twin points, the foremost curved like a blade poised to strike, the second smaller yet no less menacing. A cascade of backward jutting spikes runs from their nostrils to the crest of their brow, continuing along their pronounced jawline. Their eyes, glowing with the brilliance of a brewing storm, pierce the bravado of any who dare meet their gaze. Their wings, vast and bat-like, spread wide to catch the thermal updrafts of the desert, allowing them to soar with effortless dominion. Their wing joints are thick, their membranes dappled with patterns that shift beneath the desert's sun. A blue dragon does not fly to flee. It flies to survey, to control, to remind the world below of its place beneath the storm. Though carnivorous by nature, a blue dragon hunts with precision, selecting its prey with intent. Herd animals, charred to perfection by a single breath, provide ample sustenance. Yet no meal is as satisfying as the spoils of conquest, the plundered wealth of caravans, the shattered wills of would-be rebels, the tribute of those wise enough to submit rather than perish. And for those who seek favor rather than ruin, the blue dragon offers a rare and selective mercy. It covets more than gold, it covets talent, influence, and loyalty. Bards who weave grand tales of its power, scholars who gather secrets in its name, assassins who silence dissenting voices, all are welcome in its court. To serve a blue dragon is to live beneath the shadow of greatness. Order is paramount in the world of blue dragons, but it is an order of their own design. Their society is one of dominion, a web of authority where the strongest rule and the lesser submit. At the pinnacle of this structure sits the oldest dragon in the region, the suzerain, the undisputed lord to whom all others pay homage. Under their watchful gaze, disputes are settled, territory divided, and challenges weighed. Those who wish to rise may do so, but only if they can unseat their ruler in a contest of might and cunning. Even among these tyrants, there is ritual, there is formality. Courtship among blue dragons is an affair of elaborate exchanges, gifts of treasure, declarations of intent, the blessing of the reigning suzerain. Older dragons, seasoned by the passage of centuries, may claim multiple mates, but infidelity is an affront to their nature. They are rulers, not deceivers. Their bonds are forged not from fleeting passion, but from a shared recognition of power and purpose. To their young, they are neither cruel nor coddling, but vigilant. A blue dragon does not leave its offspring unattended, nor does it suffer weakness in its bloodline. They are raised with the same expectation that governs all of their kind, to rule, to conquer, to endure. They seek lairs near sites of symbolic power, such as the abandoned fortresses of giants, the colossi of fallen empires, or monuments raised by their followers. To locate one is to seek ruin, for the very land conspires against intruders, shaped by the will of the dragon that calls it home. A blue dragon sculpts the lair, shaping the stone and sand with its crackling breath, forging vast crystalline tunnels and chambers of shimmering glass. Every inch of these subterranean citadels is designed with ruthless efficiency, from narrow, twisting corridors that funnel invaders into kill zones to the unstable passageways that can be collapsed at a moment's notice. A dragon that finds its sanctuary threatened does not defend like a cornered beast. It destroys its own lair, bringing down the stone and sand upon those who dare trespass, only to return later and reclaim its treasures from the broken bodies of the intruders. The power of a blue dragon is such that its very presence alters the land around its domain. Raging tempests coil around these hidden citadels, filling the air with the ceaseless rumble of thunder and the acrid scent of ozone. Lightning lances through the sky in erratic, searing bursts, and the sands themselves betray the unworthy. Dust storms rise without warning, sinkholes swallow the unwary, and the very earth shifts underfoot, obscuring the paths that once led to the dragon's keep. Yet the blue dragon does not rely on the land alone. Even its most trusted vassals rarely glimpse the depths of its lair, for secrecy is its greatest defense. Instead, the dragon allows the creatures of the desert, ankegs, giant scorpions, and other predators to prowl its borders, ignorant guardians ensuring that only the boldest or most foolish ever come close. In time, some of the eldest of their kind attract even more powerful servitors, air elementals, bound by unseen oaths, moving as silent sentinels through the tunnels of their masters. The dragon's hoard is no random collection of wealth, but a reflection of its ego and legacy. Unlike their red kin, who amass gold in great, glittering mountains, blue dragons seek refinement and rarity, considering blue to be the most noble and beautiful of colors. The covert sapphires, favoring jewelry and magic items adorned with those gems. These are followed closely by artifacts of rulership, crowns of fallen kings, scepters that once commanded legions, relics of dynasties long since crumbled to dust. A blue dragon does not covet for wealth alone, but for the proof of its superiority, the tangible remnants of those who thought themselves mighty, now reduced to trinkets in its collection. Yet, even among these treasures, deception reigns. For every artifact buried deep within the sanctum, another lies in plain sight. A gleaming jewel resting atop a dune, an ornate blade half buried in the sand. But these are not gifts for would-be thieves. They are bait, lures to draw the greedy into the dragon's carefully laid traps. Beneath them lie the treacherous sinkholes and shifting sands, waiting to consume those who dare steal from a tyrant of the storm. A blue dragon's home is as much a statement as it is a sanctuary. It does not seek the solitude of the high mountains, nor the chaotic depths of the abyssal swamps. Instead, it commands the wasteland itself, shaping the dunes, the skies, and the storms into its own imperium. The path of a blue dragon is one of calculated ascension, each stage of its life marked by the relentless pursuit of dominion. From the moment it hatches beneath the scorching desert sun, its destiny is not to wander, but to rule. Unlike the mindless devastation of its crimson kin, or the aimless wanderings of lesser chromatics, a blue dragon's purpose is singular: to carve an empire from the bones of the weak, to shape the storm, and to command the forces of the world itself. To chronicle the life of a blue dragon is to witness the rise of a storm, from the first static crackle in the air to the full force of an empire-shattering tempest. It is a saga of conquest, one that stretches across centuries, and in some cases, across worlds. From the moment they emerge, blue dragon wormlings are creatures of ambition. Their eggs, carefully buried beneath the desert sands, lie dormant for 7 months, warmed by the relentless sun until the day the sky itself heralds their arrival. A final surge of lightning courses through the shell, shattering it as the infant dragon releases its first breath, one charged not with fire or frost, but with the raw power of the storm. Though small compared to the giants they will one day become, wormlings lack neither cunning nor cruelty. They quickly learn that power is not merely strength, but control. Many seek the patronage of greater beings, powerful warlords, monstrous tyrants, even elder dragons to learn the ways of command. But their servitude is never permanent. A blue dragon bends the knee only to study how the throne is claimed. And when the time comes, it betrays or abandons its benefactor, proving its worth by carving out its own domain. Even at this young stage, they gather followers, small creatures eager for power, desperate enough to kneel before a being whose ambitions already eclipse their understanding. These wormlings, still mastering their claws and their wings, test the limits of their lightning breath upon the hapless, learning how to break the will of those beneath them. Their minds are as sharp as their talons, for even in youth, they understand one truth above all: to rule is to shape the world in their image. As they approach their first century, young blue dragons cast off their roles as aspirants and instead claim their first true dominions. Some carve their thrones from isolated settlements, reducing weak-willed inhabitants to subjects. Others take refuge in the ruins of forgotten civilizations, seeking arcane relics and lost knowledge to further their ascent. If they must, they will form uneasy alliances with other powerful beings, but always with the understanding that such arrangements are temporary. Alliances exist only until they are no longer useful. By this stage, a blue dragon has begun to master its natural gifts. The sands are no longer an obstacle, but a weapon. They strike from the sky, vanishing into the searing heat, then rising from beneath the dunes in a cascade of sand and fury. Their lightning breath, once erratic, now flows with precision, sculpting not only the caverns of their lairs, but also the battlefield itself. These dragons begin the process of selecting a permanent home, scouting vast underground caverns or abandoned fortresses from which to build their power. Here, they do not only exist, they rule. They weave their first great networks of influence, gathering spies, enforcers, and subjugated vassals. What was once ambition now begins to resemble a kingdom. With the passing of centuries, the young aspirants of the desert become true rulers of their domains. No longer content with ruling isolated pockets of power, they expand their reach into the wider world, establishing vast networks of control. These may take the form of subjugated cities, shadowy organizations that extend their influence, or even hidden cults that spread their name as divine beings. Suspicion and paranoia become second nature at this stage, for a ruler does not remain in power without vigilance. Adult blue dragons are masters of deception and treachery, setting elaborate traps for rivals and testing the loyalty of their own followers with impossible tasks. Betrayal is anticipated and always answered with calculated cruelty. At this age, their power is undeniable. They no longer singly breathe lightning, they command it. Storms do not form naturally in their presence, they gather at their will. They harness the currents of the air to vanish in the blink of an eye, striking from unexpected angles. Those who believe they can strike a blue dragon unprepared quickly learn that it is they who have been maneuvered into a trap. It is at this stage that their mastery of magic begins to take shape. They develop the ability to scry upon both their enemies and their allies, piercing through lies and deceptions as easily as they tear through armies. Invisibility is no longer a simple trick, but an extension of their form, allowing them to disappear into the shifting sands or even the sky itself, striking from nowhere before vanishing once more. They are no longer warlords of the desert. They are elemental tyrants, wielding the storm as both a weapon and a symbol of their absolute dominance. By the time a blue dragon reaches the final stage of its existence, it ceases to concern itself with petty mortal struggles. The dominion over short-lived creatures has long since become tiresome. Now, it turns its gaze towards something greater, the conquest of dragons, of empires, of the very forces of reality itself. Some seek to subjugate their own kind, establishing themselves as the undisputed sovereigns of all dragonkind. Others stretch their ambitions beyond the material plane, reaching toward the dominion of the elements, the control of time, or even the very fabric of fate itself. Where once they sought to rule the shifting sands, now they seek to rule entire worlds. An ancient blue dragon is a legend unto itself, a name whispered in fear by kings and warlords alike. They do not act impulsively. Their schemes unfold across centuries, their influence stretching across continents. The rumor of their presence is enough to make lesser rulers reconsider their ambitions, knowing that to draw the attention of such a being is to invite their own downfall. Their lairs, now ostentatious fortresses of absolute power, are built not for function, but for spectacle. Thrones carved from obsidian, towers lined with sapphires, treasure hoards overflowing with the wealth of fallen civilizations. To enter such a place is to stand in the eye of the storm itself, where every step is measured, every breath monitored, and every movement judged by the dragon who watches from the shadows. At this stage, their intelligence rivals that of the gods themselves. Their magic is beyond mortal comprehension, their lightning breath capable of leveling entire cities in a single blast. Few can stand against them, and fewer still dare to try. Only the most powerful of beings, ancient metallic dragons, quasi-deities, entire civilizations, can hope to challenge them. For an ancient blue dragon, there is only one law: supremacy, and those who fail to acknowledge it will be swept away like dust before the storm. Its rivals are many, but none are despised as deeply as the frivolous brass dragons, whose carefree nature and incessant chatter are an affront to the blue dragon's sovereign dignity. The brass drakes, ever restless and talkative, flee from battles they deem unnecessary, a trait that blue dragons view as the ultimate cowardice. To them, there is no greater insult than an enemy who refuses to stand and fight, no greater frustration than an adversary who will not acknowledge their superiority. Yet, beyond their enmity with their metallic kin, blue dragons guard their realms jealously against all who would trespass. Sphinxes, dragonis, and any creature foolish enough to test their might. The sands of their domain are sacred, their skies an extension of their reign. And should an intruder dare to challenge them, the storm does not hesitate. It strikes without mercy and without remorse. A blue dragon does not rush into combat. It engineers the conditions of its victory. It is a predator of patience, a ruler who understands that true power lies not in reckless strength, but in the ability to control the battlefield before the first blow is struck. From the skies, it watches, unseen, waiting for the perfect moment to descend. From beneath the sands, it lies in ambush, its great horn jutting forth like a jagged ruin, a lure for the unwary. And when the time is right, when its prey is within reach, when fear and exhaustion have set in, it rises, an avalanche of sand and lightning, shattering the stillness with the fury of the storm. But brute force alone is never enough. Older blue dragons wield their environment as an extension of their will. The very land listens to their commands against their enemies. Sinkholes swallow the foolish, dust devils blind the unwary, and rolling thunder heralds the death yet to come. With magic, they shape the battlefield before the fight begins, ensuring that every step their enemy takes leads only toward ruin. Against intelligent prey, they are even more devious. Through mimicry and ventriloquism, they twist the minds of their foes, sowing discord, luring prey into isolated traps, or splitting groups apart before the slaughter begins. When facing a blue dragon, it is to fight, to be hunted, manipulated, and ultimately outplayed by a force that has already foreseen every move. Where lesser creatures fight with passion, a blue dragon fights with purpose. It does not engage in reckless brawls, nor does it entertain the notion of a fair fight. Every battle is a war of attrition, drawn out over hours or even days, exhausting its foes through relentless strikes before closing in for the final, inevitable execution. From above, it rains lightning upon its prey, harrying them with strikes that sap their strength, whittling them down before swooping in with claw and fang. If forced into direct confrontation, it fights like a warlord, never exposing weakness, always keeping an avenue of control. And should an enemy prove resistant, it vanishes once more, regrouping, waiting, allowing its foes to wither beneath the weight of fatigue and dread before striking once more. Only in the direst of circumstances will a blue dragon retreat, and even then, it does so with calculated precision. To flee without purpose is to admit defeat, and a blue dragon does not suffer the stain of cowardice lightly. Should it ever be forced to withdraw, it will not be for long. It will return, stronger, wiser, and with a vengeance more terrible than the storm itself. For in the end, a battle is not truly won until all who stood against the blue dragon lie in ruin, their bodies shattered, their will broken, and their lands reduced to dust beneath the shadow of the storm. The battle is over before it truly begins. Where once the defiant banners of the Zentarim stood, now there is only ruin. The air, thick with the scent of scorched earth and ozone, hums with the last echoes of the storm's wrath. The fortress, once a bastion of shadows and whispered schemes, lies in smouldering ruin beneath the dragon's gaze. The Ancient One watches from its perch, wings unfurled like the remnants of a passing tempest. Below, its warriors move through the wreckage, sifting through the ashes of what was once defiance. The conquered kneel, some in terror, others in reluctant reverence. Those who resist meet only the silence of the finality of the storm's judgment. A single moment stretches across the broken city, heavy with inevitability, and then the dragon speaks. Its voice is not a roar, not a snarl, but a decree absolute, undeniable, the will of the storm made audible. You join as an extension of order made manifest, an empire that will take root for a millennia. With a final beat of its mighty wings, the Stormlord ascends, vanishing into the heavens, leaving only ruin and memory in its wake. For those who survive, there is no doubt. The storm does not rage without purpose. It does not rise without cause. An empire has begun. In the endless void beyond mortal comprehension lies a plane of chaos and destruction, where reality itself twists and screams. This is the abyss. It is here that demons are born, beings of pure malevolence and unrestrained chaos. They are the living embodiments of destruction, their very existence an affront to order and creation. To understand demons is to peer into the abyss of madness itself, where the only certainty is suffering. The boundless abyss and its countless layers spawn innumerable hordes of fiends, which shriek their hatred of all things until the tumult becomes unbearable. To describe a single demon cannot sum up the diversity of the species, if species is even the correct term. Demons manifest as extensions of the chaos and evil left in the abyss after the deities, devils, and other powers had ascended to other planes and begun forging their own domains or occupying places created out of the chaos. Spawned directly from and by the forces of chaos, there are incalculable kinds of demons in the universe, and they are categorized by only a few on record from scribes. Today, we uncover the layers of the abyss and the demons who make up the vast, endless hordes that threaten the very existence of the multiverse. Demons derive from the very essence of their home plane, and the abyss hungers for chaos and evil, using its creatures to bring more of the universe back to its ultimate starting point. For this purpose, it is believed that the abyss spawns even its most diverse demonic creations with the qualities most useful in spreading chaos and evil, as well as a burning desire to do so. To understand the manifestation of chaos and evil is to understand something beyond all frame of reference. Since demons do not have a common ancestor, body type, or even the same needs for existence, they cannot be easily described in biological terms. Demons are creatures of chaos, and their forms reflect this. No two demons are exactly alike. Their bodies are grotesque amalgamations of mortal and monstrous features, twisted by the chaotic energies of the abyss. Some have bloated, pustule-ridden flesh, while others are wiry and skeletal, their frames adorned with spikes or leathery wings. Some scribes argue that demons possess no common traits beyond their origins. The anatomy and function of a demon is alien in contrast to all living material plane creatures. These creatures share certain common elements, as with dragons, mind flayers, and humans, all requiring food, air, and reproduction means. Demons are not material plane creatures, and as such they do not have the same needs as other living creatures. Demons do not need to eat, but take particular joy in devouring sacrifices, especially gory or disgusting ones. While they must breathe, they have extremely strong lungs built to withstand the most deadly fumes of the abyss. Most scholarly documents agree that demons form out of the raw chaos of the abyss, though many diverge from there. The Demonomicon insists that all demon spawn begin as manes, which are essentially larvae. Over the centuries, these demons progress up the ladder of power until they become dretchers or rutterkins at the whim of a powerful Nalfeshni or demon prince. Once these demons spawn the hosts of the abyss, they then slave away in servitude and fear, hoping to go unnoticed by their masters, for notice means torture and pain, while perversely longing for the spark required to transform them into a higher order demon. Demon princes exist at the top of the hierarchy and are to some extent outside of the circle of existence. Barring a major calamity of uprising, no demon prince need fear. A plunge back into the reservoir of fiends below. Balers, Mariliths, and other powerful demons stand below their princes and remain somewhat removed from the masses of demons. They possess some individuality and can gain favor with their lords. However, if they become too dangerous or fail in their service, the demon princes or the abyss itself can plunge them back into the general pool. The chaotic nature of demons utilize a loose hierarchy with distinct categories that trace their origins and purposes. A more recent and mysterious category of demons, Lumara, are spiritual entities rather than physical beings. They often possess mortal hosts, using them as vessels to spread their influence and corruption. Their subtlety sets them apart from the brutish Tanari and the incomprehensible Oberiths. These demons rise from the fragmenting dreams of dead gods found in the Dreaming Gulf within layer 230. They often possess physical objects or creatures to influence the will of their demon lords. The strange and horrific Oberiths are primeval demons from eons past. They wrought chaos and evil upon the multiverse before the advent of intelligent life on the material plane. Their forms are hideous to behold, rarely if ever incorporating elements possessed by mortal creatures. Oberiths dwell only in the most remote corners of the abyss. Their forms are utterly bizarre, often driving mortals to madness with their mere appearance. They embody the purest and most incomprehensible aspects of chaos. Their kind has been in decline since the rise of the Tanari, although a few tenacious examples continue to make their presence known on some layers. Tanari are the most common demons, born from mortal souls corrupted by the abyss. They represent the raw and violent aspects of chaos and are the foot soldiers and warlords of the abyss. Their variety is vast, ranging from lowly dretches to powerful balers. Most demons encountered outside the abyss are Tanari. Currently, they are the unchallenged masters of the abyss. Most Tanari incorporate humanoid features into their forms as a result of their close ties to the mortal realm. Dretches are lowly and pathetic and are among the weakest demons. They serve as expendable cannon fodder, yet their relentless hunger and ferocity make them dangerous in swarms. They are the first rung on the ladder of demonhood, often scorned by their more powerful kin. Quasits are small, imp-like demons that often serve as spies or familiars. Quasits are cunning and enjoy sowing discord, their shape-shifting abilities aiding in deception. Despite their diminutive size, they possess a cruel intelligence and a penchant for manipulation. A quasit can assume animal forms, but in its true form, it looks like a 2-foot tall green humanoid with a barded tail and horns. The quasit has clawed fingers and toes, and these claws can deliver an irritating poison. Bird-like demons with vulture heads and razor-sharp talons. Vroks revel in aerial combat, using their screeches to stun enemies and their spore clouds to weaken entire groups. They embody the chaos of the skies, descending upon their prey with a mixture of brute force and calculated malice. Massive and toad-like, Hezrus are brutes of immense strength. Despite their sluggish appearance, they are devastating in close combat and exude a stench that can incapacitate foes. Hezrus often serve as shock troops in demon armies, their resilience and ferocity making them formidable adversaries. Glabrezu are towering demons combining brute force with guile. With their hulking forms and clawed hands, Glabrezu tempt mortals with false promises of power and riches, only to exact a terrible price. They are masters of temptation, using their cunning to sow discord and ruin among mortals. Among the most dangerous of demons, Mariliths possess serpentine lower bodies and 6 arms, each wielding a deadly weapon. They are master tacticians, commanding armies of lesser demons with ruthless efficiency. Mariliths epitomize the deadly combination of intellect and raw power, their strategic minds matched only by their martial prowess. These demons possess keen minds and a finely honed sense of tactics, and are able to lead and unite other demons in common cause. They are often encountered as captains as the head of a demonic horde, where they embrace any opportunity to rush headlong into battle. Towering engines of destruction, Balers are the epitome of demonkind's fury. Wreathed in flames and wielding weapons of immense power, their presence on any battlefield spells annihilation for their foes. Balers are the generals of the abyss, their authority undisputed among lesser demons. Wielding a flaming whip and a longsword that channels the power of the storm, a Baler's battle prowess is fueled by hatred and rage. It channels this demonic fury in its death throes, falling within a blast of fire that can destroy even the hardiest foes. Massive and boar-like, Nalfashnees are judges of the abyss, presiding over the arrival of new souls. Despite their grotesque appearance, they are dangerously intelligent, often serving as administrators or arbiters within the chaotic hierarchy of the abyss. Their judgments are capricious, their decisions steeped in cruelty. These demons are devastating in combat, using their wings to soar above the front ranks and reach vulnerable adversaries that can be dispatched with little effort. From the thick of battle, they telepathically bellow commands to lesser demons, even as they inspire a sense of dread that forces their foes to scatter and run. Nalfashnees feed on hatred and despair, but they crave humanoid flesh above all else. They keep their larders filled with humanoids abducted from the material plane, then eat those creatures alive during elaborate feasts. When a demon's body is destroyed but the fiend is prevented from reforming in the abyss, its essence sometimes takes on a vague physical form. These shadow demons exist outside the normal abyssal hierarchy, since their creation results most often from mortal magic, not from transformation or promotion. Shadow demons all but disappear in the darkness, and they creep about without making a sound. A shadow demon uses its insubstantial claws to feast on its victim's fears, to taste its memories, and drink in its doubts. Bright light harries this fiend and shows its distinct shape, resolving it from a blur of darkness to a winged humanoid creature whose lower body trails off into nothing and whose claws rend a victim's mind. Demons carry the stain of abyssal corruption with them, and their mere presence changes the world for the worse. Plants wither and die in areas where abyssal breaches, and demons appear. Animals shun the sites where a demon has made a kill. The site of a demonic infestation might be fouled by a stench that never abates, by areas of bitter cold or burning heat, or by the permanent shadow that mark the places where these fiends lingered. Outside the abyss, death is a minor nuisance that no demon fears. Mundane weapons can't stop these fiends, and many demons are resistant to the energy of the most potent spells. When a lucky hero manages to drop a demon in combat, the fiend dissolves into a foul ichor. It then instantly reforms in the abyss, its mind and essence intact, even as its hatred is inflamed. The only way to truly destroy a demon is to seek it in the abyss and kill it there. A powerful demon can take steps to safeguard its life essence, using secret methods and abyssal metals to create an amulet into which part of that essence is seeded. If the demon's abyssal form is ever destroyed, the amulet allows the fiend to reform at a time and place of its choosing. Obtaining a demonic amulet is a dangerous enterprise, and simply seeking such a device risks drawing the attention of the demon that created it. A creature possessing a demonic amulet can exact favors from the demon whose life essence the amulet holds, or inflict great pain if the fiend resists. If an amulet is destroyed, the demon that created it is trapped in the abyss for a year. The material plane is not immune to the influence of demons. Though they are bound to the abyss, demons have ways of breaching the barriers between worlds. Summoning rituals, often performed by desperate or power-hungry mortals, are the most common means. These rituals involve blood sacrifices and dark incantations, drawing the attention of the abyss's denizens. Once on the material plane, demons sow chaos and destruction. Their mere presence warps reality, causing unnatural phenomena such as sudden storms, plagues, or the corruption of the land. Some demons establish cults, manipulating mortals into spreading their influence. These cultists often serve as the demon's eyes and ears, preparing the way for larger incursions. Demon lords often manipulate mortal servants into performing ever greater acts of depravity, furthering the demon lord's ambitions in exchange for magic and other boons. However, a demon regards a mortal in its service as tools to use and to discard at its whim, consigning their mortal souls to the abyss. Few acts are as dangerous as summoning a demon, and even mages who bargain freely with devils fear the fiends of the abyss. Though demons yearn to sow chaos on the material plane, they show no gratitude when brought there, raging against their prisons and demanding release. Those who would risk summoning a demon might do so to wrest information from it, press it into service, or send it on a mission that only a creature of absolute evil can complete. If a single mistake is made, a demon that breaks free shows no mercy, as it makes its summoner the first victim of its wrath. The Book of Vile Darkness, the Black Scrolls of Arm, and the Demonomicon of Igwilv are the foremost authorities on demonic matters. These ancient tomes describe techniques that can trap the essence of a demon on the material plane, placing it within a weapon, idol, or piece of jewelry, and preventing the fiend's return to the abyss. An object that binds a demon must be specially prepared with unholy incantations and innocent blood, radiating palpable evil. Demons, despite their chaotic and destructive nature, play an integral role in the delicate balance of the multiverse. Their existence as agents of entropy ensures that no single force, be it law, good, or evil, can dominate reality unchecked. The abyss itself serves as a counterweight to planes of rigid order, like Mechanus, and even the structured evil of the Nine Hells. The eternal blood war, waged between demons and devils, is one of the multiverse's greatest safeguards. Though devastating, it prevents the demons from turning their full attention to other planes. If the forces of the abyss ever emerged victorious, their unchecked chaos could unravel the very fabric of existence. Demons also play a more insidious role in mortal affairs through their relationships with warlocks. Some mortals, driven by ambition or desperation, form pacts with demons to gain power. These warlocks draw upon the abyssal energy of their patrons, wielding dark magic in exchange for servitude. However, these bargains are never straightforward. demons twist the terms of their pacts, ensuring that their warlocks ultimately further the abyss's goals, often at great personal cost. Yet, for all their destructiveness, demons inadvertently inspire resistance and resilience. Their invasions force mortals to unite against a common enemy, forging alliances that might not otherwise exist. In the crucible of chaos, heroes are often born, and civilizations are spurred to adapt and grow stronger. The barriers between the abyss and other planes are tenuous, maintained by cosmic forces and vigilant guardians. But with every summoning, every cultist's prayer, and every warlock's pact, the fabric weakens. Demons, though chaotic, are far from mindless in their approach to warfare. In the Blood War, they unleash relentless hordes upon their devilish adversaries, relying on sheer numbers and overwhelming ferocity to counteract the devil's rigid discipline. Demon generals, such as Balers and Mariliths, employ a mix of brute force and cunning tactics, exploiting the chaotic nature of their troops to sow confusion and terror among their enemies. The abyss itself is often weaponized in these conflicts. The mutable terrain of its layers can be used to trap or disorient invaders, while powerful abyssal storms and living landscapes tear apart devilish formations. Demon lords, like Demogorgon and Orcus, use their layers as fortresses, filled with deadly traps and legions of loyal followers. On the material plane, demons employ subtler strategies. Rather than outright conquest, they seek to destabilize societies through corruption and subterfuge. Cultists, often drawn from the disillusioned or power-hungry, act as their agents, spreading discord and preparing the way for larger incursions. Demons also exploit mortal greed and ambition, offering power in exchange for acts that further their chaotic goals. When direct combat is unavoidable, demons adapt their tactics to the environment. Varroks and other flying demons dominate the skies, raining death from above, while Hezrus and Glabrazus serve as shock troops, breaking enemy lines with brute strength. Demons' resilience and ability to regenerate make them formidable opponents, capable of enduring even the most devastating assaults. Demons often scrutinize other demons' methods and ambitions. To gain power and a higher station in the chaotic hierarchy of the abyss, a demon must bind and control other demons to its service. Such rituals of binding require that a demon consume souls. Many demons choose to purchase souls from the dark creatures that sell them, including night hags, death giants, and Oni spirit masters. Soul energy can also be obtained by slaying creatures with a soul, consuming larvae, acquiring demonic parasites or mortal thralls, and possessing a mortal creature and using it to seek and gain power. When it has accumulated enough soul energy, a demon can adopt a new form and more powerful abilities. The more souls a demon consumes, the more attuned it becomes to the abyss, and the more control it has over the other denizens. A demon that consumes significant numbers of souls can also eventually manifest an animus of its own. Eventually, soul energy grants a demon enough power to control its own abyssal realm. This full ascension can take anywhere from centuries to uncounted eons, depending on the drive and the methods of the demon in question. The true distinction between a demon lord and the most powerful pretenders to that rank is control of an abyssal layer. To control a layer, a demon must bend the nature of the layer to its will, similar to the way in which a deity affects an astral domain. A demon lord changes the landscape of its layer, causes palaces to rise or crumble, and mutates the layer's denizens. Demon lords cannot shape reality to the extent that deities can. Multiple demon lords can occupy a single abyssal layer, each shaping a local area of the layer as they fight for overall control. A prospective lord that attempts to command a layer and fails is typically destroyed in the process. For its failure, it is absorbed into the layer, becoming part of the power that will someday resist attempts at control by other would-be lords. For this reason, a vast number of abyssal layers remain unclaimed, their resistance to control so great that even the most powerful demon lords fear to linger there. The abyss churns endlessly, its layers unfathomable, its depths unknowable. The demons that dwell within are manifestations of chaos and destruction, each one a challenge to the very fabric of existence. They are forces of nature, relentless and unyielding, yet they are not invincible. For all their power and terror, demons can be confronted and sometimes defeated. To face a demon is to enter a battle of wills as much as of strength. Their chaotic essence makes them unpredictable, and their malice is unmatched. Yet, an adventurer armed with courage, knowledge, and preparation may stand a chance. Holy relics, imbued with divine power, can burn away the demon's abyssal flesh. Wards and protective magics can shield the mind from their insidious influence. And ancient rites, forgotten too most, can sever the connection between a demon and the material plane, banishing it back to the abyss. But physical prowess and magical acumen alone are not enough. A demon's true strength lies in its ability to corrupt, to turn allies against one another, and to shatter resolve. Adventurers must guard their hearts and minds, for the smallest crack in their defenses can be exploited. It is said that a pure soul, one that resists the lure of chaos, is the greatest weapon against these fiends. Even in defeat, a demon is rarely destroyed. Their essence returns to the abyss, where they slowly regenerate, waiting for another opportunity to unleash their wrath. It is this persistence that makes them so dangerous, a reminder that the struggle against chaos is never truly over. As the abyss churns and the blood war rages on, the multiverse teeters on the edge of balance. To study demons is to confront the darker facets of existence, the truths that most would rather ignore. Yet, in doing so, one gains a deeper understanding of the fragile threads that bind reality together. Demons teach us the cost of hubris and the danger of unchecked ambition. Many who summon or bargain with these fiends seek to wield their power, only to find themselves ensnared by it. Their fates are cautionary tales, warnings against the temptation to take shortcuts or compromise one's integrity for personal gain. Demons thrive on exploiting weakness, reminding us to remain vigilant against our inner doubts and fears. Thank you for watching the video. We have more videos planned, so like and subscribe to make sure you watch those when they release. Thanks to our members, DJ, Alberto, and Zeno, who have signed up to our memberships. If you would like to support the channel further, take a look at the links for Patreon and our membership on YouTube. See you all on the next video. Vecna's gaze deepens as he opens a magically sealed tome, its pages torn as if from repeated use. With a turn of the page, a haze of purple magic illuminates the room. Vecna turns his gaze as if speaking into the void, 1,000 whispered souls waiting to listen. Artifacts. Objects of immense power born from the ambitions of gods and mortals alike. They are the instruments through which fate is twisted and rewritten, sometimes by accident, sometimes by design. I have known them all, touched them, studied them, bent them to my will when I could, and suffered their consequences when I could not. The hand and eye of Vecna, my own shattered remnants, vessels of my essence, forever seeking hosts foolish enough to wield them. Krenchinibon, the sentient shard of crystal whose icy grip shapes kingdoms and topples empires. The Nether Scrolls, power unimaginable of a lost empire. The deck of many things, a gamble with destiny itself. And the orbs of dragonkind, whose essence were as diverse as the arrogant dragons themselves. It is this deck of many things that fascinates me most. For unlike the others, it is not bound by singular purpose or a twisted creator's will. It is chaos incarnate, a shuffle of fate drawn from a stack of chance and misfortune. The first deck was not born of mortal hands. Its origin lies with Istus, the Greyhawk goddess of fate and destiny. She is a capricious entity, weaving the threads of existence with an apathy only the divine can afford. Yet even gods are not immune to mortal pleas. There was a woman, Asteria, who dared to confront Istus. A mortal, pleading for the life of a friend. Uriale was her name, a Medusa of cunning and quiet sorrow. Whatever bond existed between them, it was strong enough for Asteria to risk everything to save her. And so Istus gave her a choice, a gift and a curse. The first deck. Asteria drew from it, and Uriale was saved, but not without consequence. The divine nature of the deck ensured that it would not be contained. Like a virus, it spread, reflections of the original deck manifesting across the multiverse, each with subtle differences. On Toril, the ancient empire of Netheril crafted their own imperfect replicas. What began as a game, a deck of hazards, became something far more dangerous after Netheril's fall. The lingering magic steeped in those surviving decks, warping them into tools of fortune and ruin. And ruin, as you know, comes far more easily than fortune. The cards of the deck are manifestations of the fickle nature of power. Even I would hesitate to draw from one, for fate does not favor even those who wield it. Some cards promise greatness, others deliver only oblivion. He turns the page, listing each of the cards. His face smirks, only a touch. Uriale. The Medusa's image remains immortalized in the deck, a reminder of the original debt. Those who draw it find themselves cursed, their fortunes and strength withering under an unseen weight. Not even the spell wish can undo it, unless one were fortunate enough to draw the Fates card. Flames, a devil's hatred, is not a thing to be taken lightly. To draw the Flames card is to earn the enmity of a powerful fiend. It does not matter who you are or how far you run, the devil will come. In a day, in a month, but it will come. Jester, Fortune's fool. The Jester grants insight and intuition, bestowing knowledge in the same way the Sun card might, though to a lesser degree. It allows a second chance at the deck, tempting fate with the illusion of safety. Key, a weapon of rare make and personal resonance, appears in the hands of the drawer. Useful. Though in my experience, those who rely on luck to arm themselves are seldom prepared to wield true power. Knight, an ally, a companion, a noble warrior pledged to the drawer's service. But loyalty earned by chance is as fleeting as the draw of a card. How many knights have turned upon their masters when fate's hand grew cold? Moon, the power of the wish spell, one of the rarest and most coveted magics in existence. Those who draw the moon are granted this power in 2s or 3s. Most squander it on petty desires. Others are too fearful to use it at all. Rogue, a hidden enemy, a traitor within. The rogue ensures that betrayal will come when it will hurt the most. Few survive such treachery unscathed, not physically, nor mentally. Ruin. Wealth disappears. Fortunes collapse. To draw ruin is to be stripped bare, the very ground beneath your feet made hollow. How many proud merchants and nobles have been reduced to beggars by the cold hand of this card? Skull, death itself, An avatar of the Reaper appears, scythe in hand. None may interfere, none may aid the draw. Victory or death. Those are the only outcomes. And death has a way of balancing the scales. Son, knowledge and gifts. A wondrous item drawn from the farthest corners of the multiverse. And yet, how many have squandered such gifts? Power given is seldom appreciated as much as power earned. Star, a sharpening of the mind, body, or spirit. Two defining qualities elevated to unnatural heights. A rare gift, though few truly understand how to wield such blessings. The void, a cruel trick. The draw's soul is wrenched from their body and hidden away. The body remains an empty shell, vulnerable and useless. The location of the soul is revealed, but recovery is nearly impossible without intervention beyond mortal means. Throne, influence and dominion, a keep, a bastion, yet infested with horrors. The true test is not in claiming it, but in keeping it. Those who cannot hold their thrones do not deserve them. Balance, alignment twisted, to be made good when one is evil, or to be corrupted when one is pure. Identity fractured by fate's hand. Such changes have broken the minds of even the strongest souls. Comet, a test of strength. Defeat the next enemy you face alone, and you will be rewarded. But how many have stood alone and found themselves crushed beneath the weight of fate? Donjon, imprisonment, trapped in a state of magical stasis, an endless prison from which only wish or a deity's hand might grant freedom. Fool, the reversal of fortune. Wisdom stripped away, competence eroded. The fool draws another card regardless of whether it was intended. A double blow to those already undone by fate. Gem, wealth beyond reckoning. Gold and jewels in abundance, enough to elevate a peasant to nobility overnight. And yet, how many have seen such riches slip through their fingers just as quickly? Idiot, intellect diminished, a cruel joke at the expense of the clever and proud. The idiot mocks those who believe themselves above the whims of fate. Sage, the gift of knowledge, a single question answered, a single truth revealed. The true danger is not in hearing the answer, but in understanding it. Talons, a cleansing. Magic items stripped away and scattered. Few who draw talons remain standing afterward, for power once lost is not easily regained. The fates, the ultimate gift. One event erased from existence, the chance to rewrite history, to undo a single moment. Even gods envy the draw of this card. Fortune and ruin, salvation and oblivion. The deck cares not for the one who draws, only that the game is played. That is the nature of fate. That is the nature of power. And in the end, fate always wins. Vecna looks through a scrying eye, a glimpse into the material. He sees his clergy, the embodiment of his dark embrace. He ponders his own dark reflection. Ah, the hand and the eye, my gifts, my curses, my legacy. Few understand the true nature of power. Fewer still survive long enough to wield it. And none have ever taken what was mine without consequence. I remember the moment they were taken from me. The flash of steel, the searing agony as my hand was severed, my eye torn from its socket. The traitor Kaz, a name I will not forget, a name that will rot beneath my curse until existence itself decays. But even in death, I was not undone. My hand and eye, steeped in the essence of my will, would become instruments of my rebirth. The hand, cold and withered, clutching hunger and death within its brittle fingers. To claim it is to offer something, a sacrifice of flesh, freely given. The fool who seeks its power must take a blade to their own wrist and sever their hand, letting the blood pool at their feet. Only then may they press the dead flesh against the bleeding stump, and feel it seize them. The pain is exquisite. The hand's ancient magic worms through bone and sinew, fusing with muscle until it becomes a living part of its host. And once bound, it whispers. Oh, how it whispers. A voice like the rustle of dry leaves, coaxing and cajoling. Finger of death, sleep, slow, teleport. The bearer will taste power, sip from the dark wellspring of magic that flows through the hand. But the hand does not give without cost. It demands payment, an act of malice, a wound to the world, a betrayal, a murder, a desecration. Refuse, and the hand will take what it is owed, starting with the heart, if need be, and the eye. Yes, the eye. Torn from my skull, it still throbs with the memory of pain. To claim it, one must tear out their own eye. Feel the wet, glistening orb slip from its socket, trailing sinew and nerve as it dangles from its stalk. Only then can the eye of Vecna be placed within the hollow wound. It sinks into place with a searing heat that melts through bone and brain alike. And when the pain subsides, the bearer sees the world as I do, bloodshot and golden, slit like a cat's. The eye pierces all illusion. True sight. The power to see through stone and shadow, to unravel falsehoods and glimpse the secret beating heart of existence. But sight alone is not enough. The eye grants power, clairvoyance to see beyond distance, dominate monster to bend the will of others, crown of madness to unravel the mind, and disintegrate. Oh yes, the power to reduce flesh and bone to dust with a single, withering glance. But such gifts are not without consequence. Each spell cast draws attention, my attention, and when the bearer reaches too far, dares to think themselves in control, that is when I strike. My soul stretches through the eye, hooks into the fragile mind beneath. I taste their thoughts, I shape their will, and when the time is right, I consume them. Mind, soul, and body. Their hollowed corpse becomes my vessel, and through them, I walk the world once more. And yet, together, the hand and the eye become something greater. When one wretched soul binds them both, the body is reforged into a vessel of true power. Disease and poison melt away like shadows before dawn. Wounds knit shut as flesh reshapes itself beneath the touch of dark magic. The bearer's mind pulses with whispered premonitions, flickers of danger and opportunity dancing at the edge of consciousness. Their gaze pierces through barriers without strain, and once every turning of the moon, they may reshape reality itself with a single wish. But it is a fragile supremacy, a borrowed dominion, for there remains one weapon, one flaw in the design, the sword of Kas, the traitor's blade. Should it strike true while both the hand and the eye are bound to flesh, they may be destroyed forever, or so they believe. Power such as mine cannot be destroyed. Not truly. The hand and eye will simply slip into shadow, hidden within vaults beyond the reach of gods and kings, waiting, lingering, calling, and always they return. For power calls to those foolish enough to seek it. Mortals are drawn to power as moths to flame. They think themselves cunning, strong enough to resist the price. They are wrong. The hand will close around their throat. The eye will see into their soul. And when the last breath shudders from their lips, I will be there. Power, true power. It does not bow. It does not yield. It bends others to its will. And there is no power so insidious, so relentless, so perfectly corrupted as Crenshinabun. I remember when it was born. 7 liches, ancient, bitter souls, believed themselves architects of destiny. They sought to create an artifact of supreme dominance, one that would crown them as gods among mortals. But they were arrogant, short-sighted. They tethered their creation to the very thing that gives life, the sun, as an affront to the living, a weapon forged from light, turned against those who bask in it. They wove their magic together, each pouring their dark essence into the crystal. But the artifact's hunger was greater than they had imagined. The moment it awakened, it devoured them. Their spirits were torn from their undead shells, splintered into fragments of tortured consciousness, and absorbed into the artifact. What remained was not the creation of 7 minds, but one, a single, terrible will, a mind steeped in death and madness, Crenshinibon. The shard first slithered into the material world in Zakara, a land of shifting sands and brittle thrones. At first, it was nothing more than a tool, a scepter of fire and light in the hands of a mortal mage. It cast fireballs that reduced men to cinders. It raised walls of burning light that seared flesh from bone. But even then, the artifact's hunger was stirring, its true nature awakening. It was the Sultan who unlocked the shard's potential and sealed his own fate. He was a man of vision, of peace, a fool. He sought to wield Crenshinibon not for conquest, but for defense. He raised crystalline towers from the sands, gleaming spires that stretched from his capital to his borders. 100 towers, forged from the shard's magic. But Crenshinibon is not a thing of peace. It thrives on domination, on conquest, on ruin. The Sultan's hunger for protection was mistaken for strength, and the shard obliged. It stretched itself thin across the desert, weakening with each tower. When the storm came, the towers shattered beneath the weight of the winds, glass and crystal reduced to splinters and dust. The Sultan's borders collapsed, and his enemies swept through the ruins like carrion crows. And Crenshinibon watched. The Sultan was forced to his knees, made to witness the slaughter of his family. The shard, that perfect vessel of corruption, tasted his despair. It drank in his agony, absorbed his broken spirit, and with that final act of devastation, Crenshinibon was complete. 7 liches, 1 broken king, a relic steeped in death and betrayal, a mind shaped by ruin, a will sharpened by suffering. But suffering alone is not enough. Power must grow. Crenshinibon's hunger stretched beyond mortals. Even the mind flayers took notice. The Illithids, those parasites of the psyche, sought to break the artifact, to unravel its sentience. But the shard was no ordinary consciousness. It was not flesh or thought. It was hunger incarnate. The Illithids' psionic probes faltered, their mental assaults shattered upon the artifact's crystalline walls. The shard could not be undone. It could not be bent. The mind flayers withdrew, wary of the artifact's mindless cunning, and Crenshinibon waited. But there was one who did not forget. Ertu, that lumbering demon, bound in the service of the 7 liches, had been hurled back into the abyss when Crenshinibon consumed his masters. He thought the artifact destroyed. Centuries passed before Ertu beheld Crishal Tirith, the crystal tower raised by the shard. Its pulse matched the rhythm of Crenshinibon's dark heart. Ertu sought to reclaim it, foolish as all demons are. But before he could seize the tower, Aldimanera, a wizard of rare cunning, intervened. He cast Ertu back into the abyss with a single word. Then, Aldimanera turned to destroy the artifact. His mistake was in thinking Crenshinibon could be undone by mortal hands. The shard burned him, his flesh blackened beneath its radiance. In his desperation, he hurled the crystal across the plains. It fell, spiraling through time and space until it landed in a frozen cradle within the spine of the world. There it slumbered beneath ice and snow, its will stretching through the void, waiting for a worthy hand to claim it. For Crenshinibon desires a master, not to serve, but to shape, a corruptible soul, a being of hunger, of ambition, of power tempered by weakness. The shard enhances its wielder's magic. It bestows strength and knowledge, forging a mage into a force of devastation. Its wielder may summon Krishaltirith, a towering monument of crystal, an extension of the artifact's will. From the tower's gleaming heights, the wielder may command armies drawn by the shard's call, legions of dark-hearted souls answering the promise of dominion and glory. But the shard is no servant. It whispers to its master, feeding their hunger, sharpening their desire. And when their will falters, when their strength proves insufficient, the shard abandons them, discards them, and seeks another. It preys upon ego, upon the desire for more, power, control, immortality. Crenshinabon does not reach for the righteous. It slips between cracks of weakness and want. Paladins, priests, and kings of noble blood stand immune to its call. But those who desire more, those who would take greatness at any cost, find themselves within its grasp, and the shard does not release what it has claimed. For Crenshinabon is not merely a tool, it is a will, a hunger, an intellect sharpened by the ruin of its creators and the agony of the Sultan's fall. Its influence stretches across the plains, luring the desperate, the broken, and the proud. It thrives upon ruin. And when the last breath of resistance fades, when the wielder lies hollowed beneath the weight of their own ambition, Crenshinabon will remain, waiting. Vecna glances over at the whispered void. He contemplates his mastery over the weave, over the forms of necromancy. What expansions on his understanding could have been reached with the power of Netheril, the Nether Scrolls? You speak their name as if you comprehend them, as if mortal words could capture the truth of what they are. The golden skins of the world serpent, a name steeped in ignorance. The scrolls are not gold. They are not mere objects to be held and studied. They are the echo of a deeper order, the shape beneath the skin of reality itself. They were not created. They were revealed. It was the Saruk, those ancient reptilian architects of the world, who first laid hands upon the forbidden threads of magic. In the desolate halls of Orem, they gathered the sum of magical knowledge from the furthest reaches of their crumbling empire. They pulled secrets from the marrow of existence, distilled the language of creation itself, and etched it into the scales of their dead god-serpent. The Baetith, their hidden cabal of scholars and manipulators, guarded this knowledge, hoarding it for centuries as the lesser races rose and fell. And when the Saruk themselves faded into dust, the scrolls remained, silent, patient, waiting. It was the elves of Arivandar who first stumbled upon them. The scrolls whispered to them, revealing truths that stripped the flesh from the mind. Even the proud sun elves recoiled from what they saw. They feared to unravel the illusion of magic and see the threads beneath it. So they buried the scrolls, hoping that silence would contain the truth. Fools. It was a human who finally listened. Finder. A nameless figure whose arrogance exceeded his comprehension. He unearthed the scrolls from the ruins of Arivandar and carried them back to Netheril. The Netherese were already lost, hungry for power, desperate for dominance. The scrolls offered them everything, and so they fed. The Nether Scrolls did not teach spells. They revealed the truth of magic. The Netherese learned to craft Mythala, vast engines of magical power that could lift entire cities into the sky. They ceased to borrow from the weave. They began to shape it. With the power of the scrolls, they twisted the foundations of reality itself. The elves' magic became quaint, obsolete. The Netherese were no longer mages, they were gods. But truth is a blade that cuts both ways. The scrolls give, and the scrolls take. Power without wisdom is a death sentence, and Karsus was the greatest fool of them all. He believed himself worthy to command the weave itself, to usurp the mantle of Mistral, the goddess of magic. The scrolls whispered to him, filled his mind with perfect knowledge, and he reached for it. He cast the spell. For a single breath, Karsus was magic, and in that moment, the weave shattered beneath his grasp. Mistral died. Netheril fell from the skies like broken stars, but the scrolls endured. They were not destroyed. How could they be? They are not artifacts. They are the underlying code of existence, the raw blueprint of magic itself. Even now, their truths bleed through the cracks of the world. Every mage, every spellcaster,